do it. Rhinonic, yes. This is my first time ever playing Final Fantasy VI. Heard good things about it, and not so good things. Hey, Baron Von Bowser, thank you. Hey, 13 Lightning. Thank you, Mega Man 2S. Hey, Solomon. Maybe seeing a minor cameo by the Demon Chocobo around the 35-ish minute mark. And the first RPG I ever played was Dragon Warrior. I got a free cartridge for subscribing to Nintendo Power, and it was completely mind-blowing that it was possible to have an NES game that I couldn't beat in a weekend. Thank you, Horrendous Doom. Now, if Mystic Quest was your first RPG, then you were part of the target audience for it. Yeah, my first Nintendo Power issue was the one that had Mega Man 3 on the cover. It was when I got my Dragon Warrior cart with. Well, it kind of is now. I am very sorry to hear that, Scrivener. I never played Draken as a kid, although I knew it existed from some review or Nintendo Power article. It's most likely going to be in Salt Lake again next year. Yeah, this will be Kieran percent either way. Either any percent with Kieran or 100%. Hopefully my PC holds up better. I am running absolutely nothing that's unrelated to streaming and reading chat, so and I'm also going to take any error messages about memory leaks more seriously and try to troubleshoot it by stopping my Amarak recording. This should be my last stream on this PC too. I have a new one on the way that should be here next Thursday, I think. Hey Alta, good evening, sir. Thank you, Jolly Rancher, Head Underbread, Maverick. Hey, Wicked Gamer Dude. Happy Sunday and or Monday, everyone. I'm getting it from Dell because I get a discount through work. I basically just got a high performance tower that has an SSD, 16 gigs RAM, the latest generation of i7. Absolutely, Scrivener. Anybody's looking for a channel to toss their Twitch Prime subscription to, I recommend RPG Limit Break. The Twitch partner revenue on the channel is used to support the annual charity marathon. For equipment, cutting down the attendance fees that we have to charge, stuff like that. Plus, last I checked, we were about, like, somewhere between 20 and 30 subs short of getting some new emote slots, too. Oh, thank you, How Do Ken. Hey, soup of the day. Alright, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Joe. No, we will not be getting Magitech ending because that's like, I think a minimum of 5 minutes to set up, maybe even longer. Especially since I don't really remember the specifics. Hey, Butterface. Nice, no wrench counter, so I should be hitting the cutscene before 8 minutes. Yeah, 7:59, it's pretty good pace. Hey, Pyro Metamont. Thank you, the 7. Congrats on the DKC PB. As of now, no. I haven't played the game yet, and I don't have any means to do so. I'm sure I will play it at some point, but not in any particular hurry. Yeah, I've mostly been doing offline DKC2 attempts lately. I had a run yesterday that was on high 44 pace going into World 6, and then I failed Castle Crush Skip and lost it all. But the fact that I made it through World 5 deathless was pretty encouraging, even though the run failed after that. So if I can do it once, I can definitely do it again. Hey, what are you doing, sir? Yeah, I miss when Elmagus actually ran games instead of randomizers. I guess he has been running Grandia, although I know basically nothing whatsoever about Grandia, so I haven't really been watching. Thank you, thank you. Did you get your 38 tonight, or saving that for next time? Yeah, the last time I dropped in on Magus running FFT randomizer, literally the first thing I heard him say after I opened his stream was, "Quit being so slow, Poexel," and then it turned out he had a samurai in his party named Poexel because the generic character name pool was pulled out of Twitch chat. I still have yet to play a randomizer of anything. I get the appeal of them, but I just haven't really felt the itch yet. There's nothing confirmed about the next Limit Break marathon other than that it's happening. Nice crit. I don't have a split here, but that was giving me a perfect opening to cue the boomerang and then take the pike off during the animation because I already had the shield off because of when the Lobo attacked. My first match in the DKC2 tournament is next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm definitely curious how it's going to go, given that I've only actually raced DKC2 once ever. And I won, actually, because it was with Antilles 58 back when he didn't have a very good time yet. Thank you, Dark Shadow Rage. I think I won. It was less than a minute that I won by, and I forget why exactly. I'm sure it was just because he died more than I did. Hey, Prodigy. Yeah. I don't know a whole lot about the guy I'm racing, but I noticed he's got record at Yoshi's Island Warpless, so I'm definitely going to be in for a tough match, even if he hasn't been running DKC much yet. But all I can do is the best I can, and probably I'm most likely gonna do a pretty conservative route too, and try to do what I can to avoid deaths more than usual. I tried that, but I just can't play DKC2 on emulator. The input lag just ruins my, or well, doesn't ruin, but it doesn't work with my muscle memory. So I've just found grinding the wrong warps and various other tricks on Game Saver works for me. I mean, it did make understanding the setups for some of the wrong warps a little harder than if I used the Lua script thing, but I've done enough experimentation with trying to find like the positioning and timing windows that I feel like I have a decent understanding. I think that I'm trying to think, because yeah, I just learned how to do main brace a few days ago, semi-consistently, enough to go for it, start going for it in PB attempts at least, and then Hothead, Slime Climb, Rambler, Mudhole, and Chain Link. So I guess 6 for me. Hey Takazi. Hey Mr. Jeffy Boy. Hey Dark JDL. So I'm guessing your list is the same this Sab, and only probably no main brace. Yeah, I really don't think I'm ever gonna go for topsail. At this point, I'm kind of thinking that my final goal for the game is going to be to cut the twig, and then I kind of just how the runs and practice have been going lately. That kind of feels like the boundary of how low I can take my time before doing runs isn't going to be fun for me anymore because of all of the really risky stuff I'm going to have to do to risk my run over a few seconds in a lot of stages. I do have a Santa hat. I haven't used it for years, actually. Can't really remember the last occasion, but certainly a possibility. Nice staring contest, by the way. Yeah, I mean, like I still use pretty much the easiest possible route for parachute. I think I heard that the difference between like doing all of the possible damage boosts to get iframes compared to the damageless route is like 10 seconds. And it's a pretty significant increase in difficulty to go for damageless. I am trying to learn one damageless strat, which is the one before the headbutt, basically, where you can land on a land and then jump away from a V before it hits you with its swaying motion, because that one looks like if I fail it, there isn't really much of a penalty other than having to get the DK barrel below it. No, suplex the train is not part of 100%. It's part of marathon runs for donations, but I do not do it in PB attempts, which is pretty much every time I stream this game. Did I get Kieran yet? No, sorry. Come back in 2 hours. How'd the rest of your run turn out, Anna? Get the rider. It's definitely something I had to practice a few times to, I mean, I don't know, I just avoid, just starting to move down as soon as the rider starts moving a loop to the right is pretty reliable, but if you're on emulator, then you probably have to start it a hair sooner. As long as you're holding A to buffer talking to Kefka, then you should make it every time. What happened last week, my computer crashed when I was on PB pace, although it was only about 2 hours in, so it's not like I lost a PB. I was not even halfway through the any percent run, but still being ahead and then losing it because of my PC crashing was pretty garbage. I do have a new PC on order that should be here before my next stream of this game, at least. Well, broke it. Dead even on my 80% splits, and then gold by 25 seconds on my 100% splits. But I decided from now on I'm just going to run against 80% splits for the first 4 hours, just because running against my old... Well, until I beat my 100% run, at least. Because running against really outdated splits is nice for feeling good, but not really for... telling how I'm really doing. Yeah, I've got 2 live splits running. I have them both set up in OBS too, so I can flip over when needed. But yeah, I'm not... Maybe at some point live split will add an option to actually load 2 split tables at once and then compare against... I mean, you can kind of do that in the form of having like custom comparisons, but I don't think that supports having like actual totally different runs loaded, because like 100% is different splits than any percent for World of Ruin. Ew. Lost a couple seconds, so there's definitely worse places in the game that I could get back attacked. Yeah, plus I mean, my last 2 any percent PBs have had my 100% splits up for World of Balance, which then makes the video kind of inaccurate. So there is that too. But yeah, pretty much the standard from now on is that if I get a sub 356 Narapa, then I'm gonna do any percent. That's a good enough pace to have a shot at 512 or better. But, if it's higher than that, it'd be 100%. Because I care a lot more about my any percent time than my 100% one. Let's dodge the traffic jam. Doing some rerouting and testing, and I thought I'd be clever and put the sprint shoes on Edgar here instead of Terra to save 1 input in the menu before the river, and nope! Turns out that makes the talking to the party members and stuff in the returner's hideout pretty slow. delicious. Hey, DW water. Hey, Shinbreaker. Definitely gonna heal Terra after getting the Atlas Amulet. Oh, no, good luck, Saberbot. Hope it goes well. A 100% will happen if my pace isn't good enough for an any percent PB at Floating Continent. It's the same thing I've been doing the past couple weeks. I'm just gonna run against my any percent splits for the World of Balance. So I'd really like to see 2 preemptives against Trilliums in this room. I can't actually see emotes tonight because I don't have Chrome running, just because I don't want to run anything unrelated to running the stream and my chat and notes, just to try to minimize the odds of my computer crashing again. So that means no dashboard. Levels, so the next 2 fights are unnecessary, but I'll still fight them if Edgar gets a fast turn. Hey, get cooped. Alright, I only got 1 preempt, but the other one was a fairly fast escape. 29:37, I think, for talking to Vargas. Decent pace. I'm going to be at the next AGDQ. I'm not running any games, and I probably won't be on couch for many other ones too, but I will be there. Have a fun week. Should have delayed Locke's turn there so he could wait Trick Terra, because that would have been a total gimme on Doomfist skip then. Because Vargas took his turn really late there. Hey Ridix, thank you sir. Nice to that Doomfist skip though. Pretty good time. Anything around 31:30 is pretty good Vargas time. I think the main reason I lost 2.5 seconds was because of that back attack I got in the Cave of Figaro. Other than that, this was a really solid segment. One thing I've really been liking about my PS TV is that I can play PSP games on my TV and have it actually look good. I mean, I have a video cable for my PSP, but it's a fairly small picture, even if I stretch it on my using my TV's options. Now the thing though is you'd have to buy the games on PSN to use them with PS TV. You can't. There's no option for using UMD discs. I actually don't know Red Armor. My guess would be no, because I don't think there'd be an easy way to get the screenshots off of the thing. Just because, as far as I know, the Vita memory card is totally proprietary, and there's no easy way, at least, to get it recognized by a PC. But yeah, if anybody knows differently, though, feel free to correct me. That was just speculation. Hey, Zelnus. I guess I can kind of see that, given like with the PS4, Sony wants to kind of blend gaming with social media, like with the controller having a share button. Don't do it, don't do it. Okay. Lost like a second or two to that guy, but I've definitely seen worse. Come on, really? Probably should have waited for him to get off of the ladder instead of pushing him up, because I would have had a better chance to get through faster. I'm gonna almost certainly lose time on my Ultros split because of NPCs being NPCs. Hey, Chief, look out. Unfortunately, I'm going to use a strategy on Ultros 1 that doesn't give me a shot at Riot Blade. For the trade-off of fight being 4 seconds or so faster. I don't see any drop frames. Oh yeah, I still love the soundtrack to this game. It's one of the things I look for in my speed games, actually, is games that have soundtracks that I don't expect to ever get sick of. Hey, Edward. Least favorite RNG, I would say, is probably fishing. Maybe followed by ninjas on Floating Continent. Alright, gauntlet skip complete. There's the Demon Chocobo cameo. Yeah, I would say the fish RNG in FF8 is probably pretty similar as far as like how much time you can gain or lose depending on how it goes too. I mean, it's less meaningful in the grand scheme just because FF8 is a longer game, but you're still probably looking at roughly a minute either way. Yeah, it's not quite how things work. Oh, you listen to music on your iPod instead of the game? Well, if I was running a game where I did not like the music, I would probably consider doing something like that, but that is yet to happen. Yeah, exactly, Scrivener. At least most of the really rough RNG in FF8 is near the beginning. Agreed, Alta. Oh, okay, I got you now. You're actually retiming your run just now for splits. last time, because pretty much exclusively because of NPC trolling. I can't remember now if my PB had preemptives on the river. If I lost almost 9 seconds, it probably did add at least one preempt on the river. This first hour and a half of the run is pretty volatile, though, as far as gaining and losing time. Just because of how fast I run from encounters matters at this point. Like, my run last weekend, I was almost a minute behind after Phantom Train, and then I gained all of that back at the end of 7 scenario. Oh, Chrono is definitely better here. Hey, Frenarp. Hey, Bloom. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Cloud's here would probably have a difficult time getting through airport security. I'd rather forget the last 5 minutes because it involved getting trolled pretty badly by NPCs in the returner's hideout. Oh my goodness, yeah. Once you've seen the laugh hack of FF10, then your life is forever changed. Not really for the better either. Yeah. I do in fact live in the majority of North America that observes daylight savings time. I do get the point of daylight savings time, but personally I don't really get the point of ever turning it off, because I can't say I'm a terribly big fan of getting dark at like 4:30 or so for part of the winter where I live, but I'm sure people that get up extremely early like having the sun come up earlier in the day. Oh yeah, I've seen that Titus sweater. Oh yes, there have been people speedrunning the laugh hack. I'm not sure how you'd exactly do that outside of emulation. I mean, unless I guess a modded PS2 that can play burn discs. I mean, personally, that sounds like something that's absolutely hilarious for up to 15 minutes or so, and then you realize that you've got another 10 hours of listening to it to go. Oh, it's for the PC version. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense then if you're just modding the PC version. I sadly did not get an extra hour. Well, I guess I sort of got an extra hour of sleep. I mean, I had to work late last night, so it didn't end up translating into getting to sleep anymore. But I guess if we didn't have the time change, I would have gotten an hour less of sleep. I think I remember Dreambaum actually running PC FF8 with the soundtrack replaced with weird stuff once. Yeah, it's almost time for the purple Kool-Aid of Doom. Well, I mean, if the laugh hack is something that can be turned on and off at will fairly simply, then if PC FF10 gets into Limit Break, I could definitely see that being an incentive. Demon Chocobo style. If it's something you have to commit to for good, then probably not, though. Hey, and Smash. Well, we'll see. We'll see how World of Balance treats me. If I kill Narappa before 356, then I'll do any percent, otherwise 100%. Oh, are we gonna get a double doggy kill? Please, please. Yes! That hasn't happened for a very long time. Hey, Abda, good evening, sir. Hope all is returning to sanity in the wacky world of homeownership. Hey, Zeller, good evening, sir. We can maybe say the Zell GL had a reverse effect and gave me that double Franker Z kill there. I mean, getting one of them is nice in the sense that it means I don't have to throw the Air Lancet and I can sell it for a little extra money, but two is just... actually, two is just worth the swag. Well, it poisons the entire moat fast, just the same way. I guess it's able to kill everybody except Cyan and Doma Sentry all at once. For no other reason other than plot armor. Yeah, maybe Cyan and Doma Sentry are bottled water connoisseurs. Last time I played this game casually was really a very long time ago, probably when I was in college. Definitely played it a lot after it came out, though. Yeah. Yeah, they, Cyan and Doma Sentry must drink Essentia brand water that is 99.9% pure. Yeah, I mean, If I ever play this casually again, it's going to be the GBA version, just to get to do the extra content. I mean, I know way too much about this game now for it to have any kind of challenge whatsoever outside of like a speedrun or other kind of challenge playthrough. Hey Aaron, thank you sir. Well, I have a ROM hack of the GBA version that restores the audio. So I would play that on my flash card. Oh well, saved a few seconds, at least. Here, no. Steps only affect the step route in areas where you can get random encounters, and you can't in the camp. That's true in most RPGs that have like step route manipulation, but there are exceptions. Like in Final Fantasy IV, there are actually certain areas that count on the step counter, even if there's no encounters, like inside castles and caves and stuff. Yeah, I have a GBA EverDrive. The latest firmware for it actually it lets you emulate other consoles too, which is kind of weird. Kill shadows, it costs me a few seconds. Yep. Okay, because he countered, it's actually not going to matter now. Shadow Blade. Because of the counter animation. How many times have I played this total? A lot. I probably beat it a good like 10, 15 times or so as a kid, just because I didn't own that many games. And I've been speedrunning it off and on for 3 years. Ooh, we got a Ryu raid incoming. Well, welcome in, fine folks. Oh wow! Oh wow! Thank you so much, Ryu. Much appreciated. How did the El Diabloing go today? How long did it, well, my PB at this category, 3 years, although not continuously. I have taken some fairly lengthy breaks from running FF6, but my first ever glitchless FF6 run was in late 2013. I think my first completed run was a 622. Oh, gold splits are good too. Anytime I'm continuing a run that has no hope of a PBing, I'm generally doing it both for fun and also for gold splits. Thank you. Hey, Damien Macro, welcome in. So, welcome again to all the raiders from Riot Stream. I'll try to do some better commentary now, because I'm sure there's a lot of people watching that aren't too familiar with this run. So this is Final Fantasy VI Glitchless. There's a full list of what is and isn't allowed for this category in my Twitch bio, but the short version is that I don't do things that either let me skip significant portions of the game through exploiting programming bugs, or skip boss fights using either like the well-known Vanish-Doom glitch or sets or slot manipulation to do Joker Doom or stuff like that. And the way I do my runs of this lately too is that I kind of see how I'm doing for the first 4 hours, which is the World of Balance, and then when I get to the end of that, if I'm not on PB pace for any percent, which is the timer I'm running against now, I'll do 100% instead, which is all characters and Espers. That's about an hour and 15 minutes longer than Glitchless any percent. Hey, Ravkus. This is a Super Nintendo version of the game too, if it isn't obvious. There's remakes for the Game Boy Advance and PC/mobile phones, but I'm playing the original Super Nintendo version. Oh wow, yeah, thanks again so much to Ryo for the really strong host. I can't actually see my viewer count at the moment just because I don't have my dashboard up, just because I've been having some PC performance issues, so I don't have Chrome or anything else up that's unrelated to running the stream and chat. No warnings yet. I also rebooted right before starting to. But if I get any error messages, I'm going to do some stuff to try to remove the risk of my PC crashing, namely ending my Amarak recording. Yeah, all of the characters in this game have a kind of innate skill at running away from fights, and Shadow is one of the best, and then Cyan is one of the worst, but there's randomness applied to it too, so I just always find it hilarious when Cyan runs away before Shadow does. And this is a lot more typical. It would actually help if Cyan died, but I don't really have any means of intentionally killing him off and have it save time. So I basically just kind of hope that he gets killed by enemies, and if he gets under low enough HP, I can have him kill himself. I'm being pretty careful with my movement too, just because I'm doing what's called a step route, which is where I can manipulate the random encounters, namely how many of them I get and what the monster packs are with my movement, and also some stuff that I did before starting the game. This is kind of sketchy, actually. Face is good enough, I'm going to take a few seconds there, just because if I only have one character that's alive here, then if Cyan got either berserked or, well, if he got berserked, the run would be over, because I wouldn't be able to actually kill the train. And if he got confused, I'd have a pretty good chance to die before. Okay. Because yeah, the Phantom Train can use an attack called Evil Toot that gives you random status conditions, and that includes Berserk. And like, yeah, if I'd have kept if I hadn't revived anybody and Cyan got berserked, then the run would be over. If my Ultros split had been worse, I would have probably just gone for it. but base was good enough that and I just got a really nice host too, so I wanted to, I decided to just spend a few seconds to, secure it. Running into walls does not count. It's only when you actually take steps, and it's only when you take steps in areas of the game that have random encounters. So my movement in towns doesn't matter. Only in dungeon areas. Anyway, so after this cutscene, there's going to be a little special event where I'm going to be on this train station here for about 30 seconds, waiting for Cyan to mope before we move on, but at, that 30-second timer is still going even if I go into the menu, so I'm going to use that to do some free menuing and equipment rearranging. I do have to get out of the menu before it runs out, though, just because the game isn't going to forcibly kick me out of the menu, so if I'm still in when the time is up, then that's actual time I lose. This is a lot like last week's run so far, where I had a kind of a poor all right. Okay, so now I just need to make sure to take Sabin's sprint shoes off before well, I don't have any Phoenix Downs left, so I can't. I probably should have revived him instead of Shadow, actually, now that I think about it. I picked Shadow just because he's faster, and I wanted to get his weapon off of him to sell, but in hindsight I should have used the Phoenix Down on Sabin. Thank you, Strider. You do get a free party heal when you jump off the waterfall, though. That's just the game's way of preventing a dead party scenario if Shadow is your only living character, just because he leaves you here. Okay, so this fight here is on a timer. About 1 minute after the fight starts, Rizapos, the boss, will spawn. I don't really gain anything out of fighting piranhas, so I just basically wait out the minute. In a non-glitchless run, there's two different means of speeding this up, but in glitchless, just wait out the minute. I use the music looping as a cue for when I'm almost there. I might need 4 hits instead of 3 because I didn't get to put the earrings onto Sabin after the train. So we got Rizapos here. Normally it's just 2 aura bolts and a dispatch to kill him, but since I don't have earrings on Sabin to burst his magic, it might take a second dispatch. This fight's actually kind of dangerous too, just because if Rizapos gets a second turn, I can die. Okay, I still killed him in 3 hits. I don't believe the 3-hit kill is guaranteed if I don't have the earrings on Sabin, but still got it. Sum of best is like 505 or something like that. It's pretty irrelevant in this game just because there's enough RNG all throughout the run, and I've also done enough runs that my sum of best is something that's just 100% impossible to achieve in a real-time run. That's true, Cactus Bite. Having 1 earrings is plus 25% to damage from magic-based attacks, and then 2 earrings is plus 50%. I don't believe there are any relics that actually increase your magic stat. Although there's equipment that does. Hey, Nacho. Evening, sir. We shall see where the night takes us. This is where my step route was important too, because if I'd have taken a single unnecessary step on the Phantom Train after the second train car, I would have actually gotten this encounter before Barren Falls, and that would have messed up the encounter string here a little bit. This pincer here is actually part of the route too. It's just a kind of a negative thing that's accepted in exchange for like getting a lot of easy to run from fights on the train, especially. I could have just killed two of the enemies and then ran, but just because of how slow Cyan is, I just kill all three of them. But yeah. There's some kind of surprising attacks in this game that are actually based on magic instead of strength, like some of Cyan's sword attacks are actually based on his magic stat, like his retort. Hey, Rotorstorm. So coming up here is one of the nastier bits of RNG or randomness in the game. I need to find Gao in order to be able to continue the story. And okay, I have a 5 out of 8 chance to find Gao in most cases. Okay, I couldn't actually remember how much HP Rizapaz has, although, what is that, 34? I mean, I could see doing 34 less damage to, just because of the damage ranges, so. My hunch is that it's not safe, although not guaranteed, but probably the odds are in your favor of still three hits. So yeah, when you win a battle on the Veldt that's not a back, pincer, or side attack, and both Cyan and Sabin are alive, you have a 5 out of 8 chance to find Gao. That's something I don't have any control over. With the step route I'm using, I have two encounters that with single enemies that I'm going to get on my way to the Serpent Trench. So if I didn't get Gao off of that ghost fight, there'd be a bomb coming up that I'd kill, and then that wouldn't be a terribly big time loss. But if it takes more than 2 attempts, then I have to start actually farming extra battles, and then it's pure time loss from there. My PB actually messed up the step route, so I both got an extra encounter before Barren Falls, and then the encounters I got finding Gao had 3 enemies instead of 1. So I can get, if the rest of this segment goes well, I can actually regain most of my time that I lost on the Phantom Train. I mean, the first hour and a half of this run is pretty volatile as far as gaining or losing time based on bits of randomness here and there. Oh, nice, Rotorstorm. Yeah, I mean, if you've done pretty much all of the side quests then in the game, then you shouldn't really have trouble with Kefka's Tower. If you just rush straight in, though, you probably will. What I kind of hope happens there, actually, in this particular situation, is that the bomb kills Cyan. Just because if Cyan is dead, then actually, you know what? Before I go in the trench, I'm gonna put the earrings on Sabin so I can heal him too. No, actually, he's doing okay. I'll do it before getting on the ship. Well, then again, he might die, so yeah, I better do it now, just to make sure. I mean, if he did die, well, if both Cyan and Sabin died, then that would pretty much mean the run was over, because then I'd have to stay at the inn in Nikia to revive them so I could get sprint shoes to use in the other scenarios, which would eat a bunch of time. Yeah, I do use Gao for the fight with Kefka at Narsh, but that's it. After that, his only contribution is talking to him to change party members on the airship, just because he's the one that starts closest to the door. And in another category I run, which is called any % no sketch, in the Japanese version, I do use Gao for more, just because there's a glitch that only works in the Japanese version where you can glitch equipment or glitch items that aren't normally equipable into your equipment slots. And like if you glitch shurikens onto Gao's arms, that actually makes him quite the beast. Yeah, if only. I mean, my standard response whenever somebody asks me to do runs that include doing extremely tedious collection-based things is that best way to ensure it happens is to do it yourself. Alright, so Cyan's low enough now that he could actually kill himself. So if I get an opportunity, I'll take it. I really, really want to see preemptives on the trench too. Just especially in fights with these angle form enemies, which are the eel-looking ones, just because if there's one of them in the fight, that increases the amount of time that it takes to run. So getting a preemptive on one of these angle form fights saves you, I don't know, probably at least 10 seconds, if not more. It's also, having Cyan die early in the trench saves time too, just because he's really bad at running away. So if he'd have still been alive, I would have lost even more time running from that fight. Not a horrible trench so far, but no preemptives and no like super fast escapes either. So I'll probably gain some time here because of not messing up the step route, but I'm still gonna be in the bread. Hey, Kristra, welcome in. So now we've got the whole reason why I did Sabin's scenario first, and that's because of the shops in this town. I get a Bagus hat there, which is something I'll be using pretty much all through the rest of the game to boost magic power. And then I also bought a big stack of smoke bombs, which is a consumable item that lets you instantly run from any fight that's not just flat out inescapable. And that makes almost all of the RNG associated with getting in and out of random encounters go away. Okay, so because Cyan died in the trench, one thing I need to do differently here is I need to take off Edgar's sprint shoes before the end of this scenario. Another little bit of randomness here. This fight right here is scripted, but there's 2 more potential encounters I could get on this raft. So I got one of them, and then there's one more right before the end. Yeah, I got both of them. That sucks. Nothing I can do though. Yeah. I mean, if you understand some of the mechanics of the sketch glitch, you can avoid it because it is based on the magic that your party leader has and how it's arranged. But I mean, there's no way that a casual player would know it. Oh, nice, Chris Drib. Yeah, I mean, I never actually got the sketch glitch as a kid playing the game, just because I never used sketch. I just didn't see the point of it. I mean, I started using Realm after getting the fake mustache because control is really good, especially for learning blue magic. Because you basically need it, either that or confusion, in order to learn like White Wind or Big Guard. I saw Yagamoth get the sketch glitch in his casual playthrough of FF6 last week. I've known many people that have gotten it just casually. That's part of why there was actually a second run of FF6 cards in North America, because Nintendo got enough complaints that they actually commissioned a second run of the game that fixes the sketch glitch. Alright, later, Reese, you have yourself a good one. We got 2 preamps so far. Still not really a great pace because of getting those 2 extra river encounters. Let's see how Locke's scenario goes. Okay, I need to take Edgar's shoes off. If Cyan had survived the whole Serpent Trench, then it wouldn't matter because I would have taken his off before getting on the ship at the end. And I would have had 2 pairs to go around here. I mean, the other 2 scenarios are extremely short compared to Sabin's. I do Terra second just so I can get the Genji glove off of Edgar, because he had it on for the Ultros fight, and I want it to use with Locke during his scenario. Hey, Free Kilby. Other than that, it doesn't really matter what order. So the Locke scenario is extremely different depending on category for speedrun too. Since this is glitchless, I'm basically going to be doing it more or less as intended, only using a hidden bridge to skip ever needing to steal the green armor. But here's another bit of randomness, is that I need to steal this guy's merchant clothes, and how long it can take is pretty variable. Oh, nice, first try. I think my PB was either 3rd or 4th try steal. I still don't really feel like I'm on track to gain time on this split though, because of Terra's scenario being kind of blah. Soldiers can sometimes get in my way. So I could try to steal from that guy too, but since I already have the clothes, I just beat him up with the Genji glove. I honestly can't remember if there's actually a way to figure out the password other than trial and error. I mean, it's not like it's either terribly hard to guess, or that there's much of a penalty for guessing wrong, but it's something I'm mildly curious about. So now we're going to be meeting these kind of one of the main stars of the speedrun, actually, Celis, although her main contributions are in the world of Run. Jeff. Yeah, there's a hidden ribbon in this basement too, although I don't get it. I don't get ribbons at all in my route. For this category, at least. I'm pretty sure I knew about that secret room as a kid, although I honestly can't remember how I found out about it. Probably the same way I learned about the Vanish-Doom glitch and a lot of other things, namely friends at school that had the game too. Hey, Wasang, welcome in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never knew about the Aegis Shield in Kefka's Tower until seeing speedruns. I do not get that in my route, but other categories do get it. I do specifically remember finding the hidden brake blade in the Magitech factory. All throughout the run, you're going to be seeing me shift items around and during animations, during battles too, just because I can do it for free. Okay, I'm just pushing my Phoenix downs closer to the top. I also wanted to create an empty slot near the top of my inventory for the Thunder Rod I'm going to be picking up in this cave. Preemptive luck has not been too kind, but haven't gotten back or pincer attacked yet. This is our first opportunity to use rods, which are extremely overpowered, and not that you'd ever really realize why in a casual playthrough, because when you use a rod, it breaks and does the max possible damage variation, along with ignoring the enemy's magic defense stat. So that's always a guaranteed one hit kill on Tunnel Armor. Nightshade Rage is one of Gao's rages. It's very broken just because it inflicts a status called Charm that it's permanent confusion as long as Gao or Gogo, if you give him Rage, is alive. And it's banned by the Japanese FF6 community, which is why I ban it too. I mean, it's not really a glitch. It's just a super broken ability. But when I made the rules for this category, I copied the Japanese FF6 community's glitch definitions and other banned stuff, just because Glitchless is the most popular category over there. I mean, Nightshade Rage being banned doesn't really change much for me, just because I don't believe that using it would actually be faster, just because the amount of time you'd have to spend getting access to, well, because you'd have to fight the Nightshades and Jador, and then learn the Rage on the Veld. And the amount of time that is required to do all of that, I don't think would really speed up any boss fights. Especially just because there's a couple bosses where if you charm them, they don't actually attack themselves. They use like status effects that they're immune to or something. Yeah, another really broken ability is Possession, which Ghosts and the Phantom Train have, because if you use glitches to gain access to that outside, there's actually nothing in the game that resists that, including Kefka, Final Boss. I mean, getting access to Possession is not easy. I mean, it's a really, really slow process to do so, because it requires the airship glitch, but at least I think it does. It's kind of a hilarity thing than something that would actually be useful in a speedrun. Yeah, I mean, there's Japanese runners for the NES Mega Man games and Mega Man X, well, the original at least. I don't know about like X2 or X3. I would hope there's community for the PlayStation Mega Man. So I put my strongest characters into the same party just because I'm going to just ignore everything here other than Kefka. It's just a formality, just because, like I said, I copied the Japanese FF6 community rules for what is and isn't allowed. So I just banned Nightshade Rage just for consistency. Yeah, you can get Leo using the same glitch, the airship glitch, although it takes hours to set up, so it's not exactly fast or convenient. Okay, so for this fight with Kefka, I'm manipulating the turn order to try to beat him before he gets a third turn, because he could do Ice 3 against my whole party, which is a chance to die if it happens, but it should be pretty safe here, because I got 2 ore bolts in before he attacked. Hey Andy, good evening, sir. So looking at a mid 132 Kefka at Marsh. My fastest ever Kefka at Marsh time is 131.48. I do like to at least be sub 132.30, but this is still very acceptable. I guess I should maybe mention the ATB weight trick too, which is what I was using there in order to beat Kefka before he got a third turn. Because whenever you're in a character's submenu, or either like magic or item or targeting for a special command like blitz or tools or something, the battle is paused as long as you have the battle mode on wait. And I can abuse that by going into submenus like that when there's animations going on, just because the game's going to continue whatever is going on. But if I'm using the wait trick, then neither the enemy nor my characters are gaining credit towards their next turn. So I was using that there to slow down Kefka's ATB. Oh yeah, all rages is probably the most common troll suggestion I get for this game, just because it's I mean, when anybody thinks about, like, gee, what's the most tedious collection-based thing you can do in Final Fantasy VI? Oh yeah, rages. Yeah, I'm planning to join the FF4 anniversary race. I'll at least join the Paladin race, but if I get both time and motivation to derust on the full game, I'll join the full game race instead. Yeah! All rages, no manip, no. Just no. Alright, you have a good night, God of Legacies. You can think of something more tedious than rages to collect. Yeah, there's actually, I think, 4 rages that are bugged and impossible to get without hacking. Yeah, I do offline speedruns sometimes, mostly of DKC2 these days, but I've done offline runs of Chrono Trigger and FF4 in the past. Either because, like, I was having internet issues, I just didn't feel like streaming. I guess those are probably the most common reasons. Wanting to focus exclusively on the game is another reason. I mean, I do most of my speedruns on stream, but I do some offline runs from time to time too. So for here, it's important to have Edgar as the party leader, just because Edgar as party leader gives me a discount at the shopping sequence coming up. I don't know, actually, whether... I would assume that Umaro's Blizzard attack is magic-based, but don't quote me. Yeah, I feel like I've been playing pretty well this run so far. I mean, I'm running a bit behind the pace I'd like to be on just because of stuff outside my control, like encounters in the River and Terrace scenario, and number of preemptives and stuff. So I'm buying stack of Phoenix Downs that'll hopefully last the rest of the run, and then a big stack of Revivifies too, which I'll explain later. And also some better tills for Edgar. Flash is nice because it targets all enemies, but the damage doesn't get reduced if you multi-target, which most other attacks do. And then the Drill, which is single target and also ignores defense. Now that I have smoke bombs and Locke with some equipment to boost his speed, that lessens the impact of back and pincer attacks. Something else I'm doing kind of subtly here too is there's actually special tiles in the World of Balance Overworld that don't advance the step counter, and you can't get random battles on them. So the route I'm taking to walk up to the Hero Ring shack here is optimized to hit as many of those no encounter tiles as possible. Yeah, Flash might inflict the blind status, I don't actually remember, but that's bugged in the Super Nintendo version, doesn't work. I mean, the main reason I go up there is to get the Chocobo, because otherwise it would be an extremely long walk to get to Zozo, but since I'm in the neighborhood I grab that Hero Ring too, which is like a earrings and Atlas armlet in one. Yeah, the magic evade bug, which is indirectly the reason why darkness status doesn't work, is fixed in remakes of the game. For people who don't know, the physical evade stat doesn't work in the Super Nintendo version. It's the magic evade stat that controls everything that you can block. Okay, so the main thing I'm concerned about in Zozo is this fight right here with a single Slam Dancer, just because Single slam dancers can use level 2 spells on their first turn. I mean, that was a lucky break in that I got a side attack there, but it was a back attack or just bad luck as far as how quickly Locke or whoever's turn came up first. I might get slam danced, as I call it, which it's not going to mean I die, but it's going to drain my potion supply. Jeez. Another lucky break. Mods, can you take care of that, please? Hopefully the spam bots aren't too plentiful tonight, just because I don't have my chat dashboard up. So I'm trying to minimize the odds of my computer crashing again. Wow! This is going to be a pretty nice Dodaluma split if I get, especially if I get quick kill. Hey, Scab, everyone's here. I mean, getting preemptive on single slam dancers isn't... Well, I take that back. It doesn't really matter at this point because of smoke bombs. If it was before smoke bombs, single enemies are naturally faster to run from than groups, but with smoke bombs it doesn't really matter. Well, I don't have Imp yet, but as far as I would expect Dodaluma is probably immune to it. A fun little trivia, actually. Dodaluma's AI has programming where if he has the silent status, he can't call for reinforcements, but there's no actual way for you to give him the silent status at this point, just because you don't have Espers yet, and you don't have any weapons that can inflict it. I'm not really actively on a step route at this point, but if I'd fallen behind a bit, if I'd have gotten this encounter in the Fire Knuckle room, it would have been another Slam Dancer. Alright, let's see if I get quick kill. This is all luck based, depending on when Dodaluma takes his first turn. Alright, looking good so far. I kind of saw this coming, actually, just because I wasn't weight tricking very much right at the start. This is kind of crappy. This adds an extra turn to the fight. Should still die in the next 2 hits, though. Yeah, alright. So yeah, I could have I kind of earned that failure to skip his healing phase because I didn't manage my turn order the best, but hindsight's 2020. But I didn't lose time because of getting all those preemptives. Probably would have been in the green if I'd have skipped the healing cycle. Alright, you have yourself a good one, Motorstorm. But yeah, ideally I'd kill him before he heals. I'm just trying to play it back as far as what I should have done differently too. I think I should have not had Locke go first. Yeah, if I'd have had, like, if instead of having Locke attack, if I'd have passed to Sabin, that should have worked out better as far as Locke's second turn coming up faster enough to be able to weight track Wait trick like Cyan's Dispatch. Yeah, it's almost time for Kieran. Yeah, after this cutscene, I get my first Espers. In case anyone isn't familiar with how this game works, Espers let you learn magic. They increase your stats when you level up, and you can summon them. All three of which I'm going to be taking advantage of all throughout the rest of the game. There's one Esper in particular that's completely useless in the speedrun called Kieran, just because Kieran's the first Esper that teaches healing spells, but it's at a very slow pace, so I'm not actually going to fight enough battles to learn any spells from Kieran before I gain access to better Espers that have healing spells. But since I'm reserving the right to do 100% if my depending on how my pace looks at the roughly the 4-hour mark, I'm just going to get Kieran. Hey, Miss Kane. And there's Kieran. Just had a doubt for a second, just wanted to make sure I actually had the running shoes from that chest. Alright, so after this cutscene, I get to choose my party for the next leg of the game, and I'm taking Edgar and Sabin just because they're my my strongest characters. And then also I also want to start working on learning various spells, mostly for Edgar. That's a big part of routing for the speedrun too, is using the AP or magic points, if you will, from winning fights to learn spells without having to grind. Yeah, the coin flip scene is really neat, although there's no reason to do so in the speedrun. Well, I mean, you only get the coin flip scene if you stay at the end in Figaro, which I don't do. I mean, if I didn't bring Sabin to Zozo, I would actually, actually, hold on, this walking is a little tight. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay. So just like when I was walking up to the Hero Ring Shack, the walking pattern there is optimizing the number of no encounter tiles I walk on. But yeah, if I'd have not taken Sabin to Zozo, that would have meant a little less dialogue when I went into Figaro. But having Sabin just saves way too much time on the Donnarumma fight. And here, I talked to the impresario from the top and then examined the letter from the bottom just because the game forces you to be in that position to start the cutscene, and if you're not, you walk to that position without sprint shoes speed, so it basically saves frames if you walk to the right spot before you initiate the cutscene. Well, and then also his RPG Limit Break run this year, where he had his whole compadre of Earthbound runners laughing at him for having to type in the butt's name. Hey Daniel, evening sir. Happy belated birthday. Hey Cleric, yeah, I got a really nice host from Ryu Quetzalcoatl. Cool guy that runs Diablo and also Breath of Fire. I'm a pretty regular lurker / watcher of his Breath of Fire runs. There's actually going to be a Breath of Fire relay in the RPG Limit Break channel in 2 weeks, which I'm definitely looking forward to. All 5 Breath of Fire games back to back by 2 teams. Gonna be a really good weekend. I'm just mildly bummed that I'm not going to be able to catch the start just because it's at 4 a.m. for me. Because the organizers had to design the schedule around worldwide time zones just because one of the runners, I forget for which game, is from Australia. Yeah, what BX Fens said. Dragon Quarter, I think, is super underrated. I mean, it's definitely got some flaws as a game, but I have huge respect for it actually trying something that no RPG ever had before, which is basically making a survival RPG, and then the speedrun is really cool, too. I'm really excited, too, that David Kay's coming out of retirement to play Dragon Quarter for the Relay, too. To watch his Dragon Quarter runs pretty often back when he did them more regularly. Mods, please. Not really liking all these bots showing up, but I guess it comes with the territory of having a high view count. To mash now. Promote a few more mods while I don't have to mash. Unfortunately, I can't really mod my own chat as actively as I normally do, just because I don't have my dashboard up on my normal PC, because I'm trying to minimize the odds of my PC crashing again. Yeah, I could definitely never do it running like Donkey Kong Country or something that's not an RPG. But normally running this game, I can ban trolls when I get a break for a few seconds. Pressed left a little too early there. Yeah, the well, both Limit Breaks had amazing operas. The first one because of having the debut of Valley Girl Ultros, and the second one because of well, Nirm as was he Maria, I think, and then also Villagin as Ultros, who didn't even attempt to live up to Lisa Rox's shoes. Hey, Tarquin. Oh, nice, Warrior Pope. Yeah, I've been to Distant Worlds once and A New World, which is the chamber music equivalent of Distant Worlds, twice. Oh, a little fun fact here, too, is that you don't actually have to confirm your dialogue choices for the opera. The game just automatically selects whatever you have the cursor on when the music comes up. Yeah. Celeste doesn't have to worry about getting poisoned or petrified or anything while she's singing. Well, there's a correct choice for everyone. If you pick the wrong one, then you fail the opera and have to start it over. If you fail the opera a total of 4 times, you game over. There's other ways to fail besides picking wrong dialogue too, like if you run out of time when you're trying to find Ultros, or if you die to the rats and the rafters. That counts as an opera failure instead of a game over. If I took too long to get the bouquet and get up to the balcony, that would also be an opera failure. I haven't actually done that since learning the speedrun, but can never get too leisurely. I don't actually know about I'm pretty sure actually if you die to Ultros, it is a game over. Just because I saw Mr. MV do that once when he derped with the menu and didn't bring Sabin. But yeah, as a kid, I actually went through and tested every possible wrong choice for the opera just to see what happened. I would probably say the GBA version is probably kind of the objectively best version, just because it has the least glitches, has the best English translation, and has extra content. But for me, I prefer the original Super Nintendo version just for nostalgia and because it's got the best music. There's a music patch for the GBA ROM too that lets you play it with the original soundtrack. The Steam version is the one I know the least about. I mean, it's very different graphically, and I'm not really a fan of the redesigned graphics, even though they're kind of technically more faithful to the Yoshitaka Amano concept artwork. I just don't think they look that great as 2D sprites. Yeah, the PlayStation version is basically the same as Super Nintendo, but it has much slower loading times. If you want to play this game on a modern console, I would get it on Wii. I don't know if it's on Wii U as well, but it's definitely on original Wii. Yeah, I could see that too. It would be a little more complicated than you'd think, just because the GBA version supports more characters, like in names of monsters and items and stuff. That's part of why there's some of the goofy translations in the Super Nintendo version are there, just because of space limits. Like, my personal favorite actually is an enemy that's called Night Stalker in the Japanese version, and it's called PM Stalker in this version. Did a little minor bit of tech there, by the way, where if normally when you're going up that diagonal stairway from when you screen transition here to get onto the balcony, you're slowed down, but if I bonk into the wall after the screen transition, that actually means that I don't get slowed down going up the diagonal stairs. Oh yeah. I mean, if you're ROM hacking, you could change the font to fit more characters. It would just be, it would be a lot more complicated of a ROM hack than just a pure text dump, but it's definitely possible. Like, I know, like, the Mother 3 English ROM hack had to do some pretty elaborate stuff with the game in order to support English text. Hey, Locke, evening, sir. Happy Sunday. Sadly, this run isn't on as good of a pace as last weekend's was, but there's plenty of game left to go. And if I'm not on good enough pace for a 5-12 at the end of World of Balance, I'll do 100%. The way I'm judging that is my time after I kill Narapa, who's the last mini-boss in the Floating Continent. If I kill Narapa before 356, then I'll do any percent, otherwise I'll do 100%. 100% is about an hour and 15 minutes longer than any percent, regardless of what any percent category you're starting from. So like if it was glitched any percent, then glitched 100% would be about an hour 15 longer than that. My PB is 652, but that's really out for 100%, but that's extremely outdated. A decent run with my new route can go sub 630. Alright, so these rats here are somewhat random as far as how many of them I fight. And how many battles I get with them, too. Ideally, I get 3 fights with 3 rats each. Because I need to fight at least 3 of them in order to get some spells learned in time, but yeah, and ideally the fights go more like this. Now that one, and that one, the fact that both of the sewer rats survived the flash was suboptimal too. Oh, you mean as far as deciding on category mid-run, depending on how good your pace is? Well, I'm only going to get 3 rats, but the fact that one of them is a back attack kind of sucks. No, I haven't done any challenge runs of this game other than speedruns. Okay, so this was not... I mean, this was okay in the sense that I only got 3 fights, but one of them was with 5 rats and one of them was a back attack, so I'm probably going to lose some time on this split because of that. Hey, Felly, good evening. Well, I mean, in this game, you don't get experience points from most required battles. I mean, there are some exceptions, like Some of the fights in the Magitech armor at the beginning give experience. The mag rotors you have to fight in the minecart do. The IAF does, but most of the other required battles in the game don't give experience. So despite having really, really awesome music, Ultros 2 is one of the easiest bosses in the whole game, just because of it being a natural side attack and being able to exploit his weakness to fire by hitting him in the back with the fire knuckle, which does double well, it does quadruple damage because it's double from fire and then double again from hitting him in the back. Split key. That version of Ultros is actually fairly hard if you don't cheese him out like that, because it's kind of an interestingly programmed fight, because there's actually 4 different Ultroses in the fight, and if he gets multiple turns, you can actually move around the battlefield, and each time he does, that's a different monster that has a different hit point pool. So even though that version of Ultros actually has less hit points than the first one you fought on the river raft, it kind of has the illusion of more if he moves around. Hey, Mr. Moogle. Yeah, that's a little on the creeper side. Because, I mean, how would Setzer have known that Celis had her armor on under her opera dress? Yeah, well, yeah, and then for the first Ultros fight, there is the thing where if Bannon dies, you game over. I mean, in a casual playthrough, that's not really going to be too likely to happen, just because you'll have a lot more HP. Well, not really a lot, but enough so that Bannon getting, like, tentacled isn't a guaranteed rip. I mean, the first Ultros fight's easy if you know what you're doing, just because Ultros follows a very predictable script as far as which characters he attacks and which turns. So if you know that, then you can plan accordingly. Yeah, that's one thing that I find kind of a wasted opportunity about the game, is that they don't reuse the grand finale battle theme for the Dirt Dragon or anywhere else. Yeah, doing a kind of a pure low-level challenge I could see, because Bannon is actually the only character whose level is reduced from your party average. When he joins you, it's your average level -2. Everyone else is either your party level average or party level average plus some number. That's a mechanic I exploit later on in the game too, for doing level grinding efficiently. Alright, so after this cutscene here, we're coming up on the Magitech factory. Magitech factory is notable for having 4 boss fights, all of which can either go really good or really badly, depending on RNG of varying strengths. It's because Celis naturally learns the Ice 3 spell at level 42, and it just kind of works out that if I grind her with the Zone Seek Esper up to level 42, that also gives her enough magic power to do the damage I need for the endgame. should have healed too, but I'll just need to make sure to do it before Ifrit and Shiva. Yeah, I'm very, very, very lazy when it comes to adopting new Twitch channel things that require actual effort. Like, I was really, really slow to actually set up my markdown panels when those first were a thing. And I still haven't bothered creating a banner. Because I only got 3 rats, I have to fight something in the Magitech factory to finish learning Sleep on Edgar before number 24. I picked that fight just because I can win in 2 hits instead of 3 like a lot of the other fights here. There's an encounter with 5 pipsqueaks that I can kill in 1 flash, but I decided to just go for that fight. So the first boss is Ifrit and Shiva. The strat I'm going to be using for this very admittedly kind of stretches the definition of glitchless for this run, but I do it basically because the Japanese FF6 community does, and when I first defined the rules for this category, I just copied what they did and didn't allow. That's going to be to run away from the fight, just because when the game is switching between Ifrit and Shiva, it kind of forgets that you're in a boss fight, and you can actually buffer running away. Yeah, you get to hear a couple full loops of the music. I mean, that's one very nice thing about this game compared to like Final Fantasy IV, is that the game remembers where you are in the music loop after encounters. Okay, welcome. Alright, so I definitely need to heal before it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna hit Ifrit 5 times and then run, basically, because it's after 5 attacks or 3 spells that he moves. Every now and then somebody fails to run, but then what hopefully happens is that Shiva nukes, well, or icy nukes them, and then as long as at least one character escapes, then the battle ends if anyone else that didn't escape dies. I don't technically have to get Ifrit, but I use him in both Well, I'd have to get him for 100%, and I use him in any percent to learn Fire 2 later in the route, so... It only it's a 2-step detour to pick up Ifrit. This would be a decent fight, too, for learning Sleep, if I needed to. In hindsight, I probably should have actually just ran from that first fight I got, because it was a preemptive, and then taken the next fight I got. That's one thing about this run, though, is that there's a lot of on-the-fly decision-making I have to do. Just based on what the game gives me. Well, I mean, I'm very much fine with AGDQ capping attendance in order to keep it from getting overly crowded. I mean, if the cap is getting hit, I mean, they should probably at least consider getting a different hotel that can fit more people, but I don't know. I mean, I'm very much okay with the hotel we've been at the past couple years, and it doesn't really feel to me like increasing the cap is going to mean like more like actual speedrunners or like friends of speedrunners are going to go. It's going to be people that waited until the last minute to register. Okay, so despite being a robot, number 24 is not immune to sleep. So I put him to sleep and then use the wait trick, along with magic attacks, that he won't wake up in order to kill him before he wakes up. Yeah, I mean, I think the only real downside is just that there isn't much to do in the area without a car, at least. Other than that, I think it's a really nice hotel for at least the number of people that have been at those two GDQs. This should be the kill here. Yeah, pretty good fight. Number 24 is the least random boss in the Magitech Factory, though. The only thing that can really go wrong is if he uses Overflow before I can put him to sleep, which is a confusion attack. yeah, Fiery Blizzard. I mean, I've actually been going to GDQs since the first AGDQ in 2011, and the main memory I have of the 4-H Center is just being hungry all the time, just because there was no on-site food options other than vending machines, nothing really within walking distance, and no real place to order delivery food from other than Manny and Olga's Pizza. Yeah, the food trucks are a really nice addition, for sure. I mean, if they do move where AGDQ is, I would kind of like to see it be kind of like maybe where SGDQ is now, as far as being at a hotel in like a downtown area or somewhere that just has a lot of stuff to do within walking distance, but I mean, in the end, you need a hotel that has enough space for the event and is affordable for attendance fees and stuff. I mean, I know this because of... I know the importance of this because of RPG limit break planning. I mean, finding places for a smaller event like Limit Break is even harder, I think, as far as having it be affordable, especially. So anyway, here we get 6 new Espers, pretty much all of which are useful at various points in the game for speedrun route. I've never been to MagFest. I mean, way back in like 2010 or whatever, I kind of briefly considered going to both events, but now that there's multiple speedrun marathons a year, there's no way I would have time. Yeah, I've been to Mike Uyama's basement a few times, and like most people that went there, the first thing I thought of as soon as I stepped in was, wait, this place fit a marathon? Just because it's actually, it's pretty small. I mean, it's bigger than the room I'm in right now, but as far as having like 20 plus people in, it was pretty darn cozy. Oh, nice, Naram. So for the monster formations I get on these fights I get before number 128, the next boss, is something I can actually manipulate by what position my characters are in. Having Sabin as the party leader gives me mostly red mag rotors, which I want just because they're worth more money than the purple ones, and they die to a flash, which has a faster animation than either of the attacks I can use to one-shot the purple ones. Oh nice, Synesis. Is that an ASCII pad then, or? I've got one of those too. I'm thinking about using a turbo controller for the Japanese version of this game just because the record does, and I kind of feel it. I mean, I don't really like the idea of using turbo for speedruns, but it's a expected thing in the Japanese speedrun community. So if I want to actually try to get the record at the Japanese version again, I feel like I pretty much would have to use turbo in order to seriously compete. So I have an ASCII pad and a Hori commander. Oh nice, Scab. Yeah, I haven't actually tried the ASCII pad yet. I've done some testing with the two different Hori controllers I have. I mean, one thing I do like about the Hori controllers is just that they're shaped pretty much the same as a normal SNES controller, whereas the ASCII pad is bigger. I guess another perk to the ASCII pad is that they actually got made in the US too, so you don't have to import from Japan. Oh, they use the same parts. That's really interesting, actually. Killing off the arms first, just so that when I use blitzes with Sabin, they're guaranteed to hit the body. This was a really good fight, actually. He didn't really do anything at all. He didn't, like, because you can do counterattacks that drain my HP and might mean I have to cast Volt to finish him off, but he can also regenerate his arms, but yeah. That was pretty much perfect. So we've got one last boss, which is the worst of them all. It's one of the most dangerous boss fights in the whole run, actually, the cranes. it's a dangerous fight just because it's a guaranteed pincer attack, so the cranes both get to go before me, and if the fight takes too long, they can do fire 2 and bolt 2. It's just it's a community thing. It's unrelated to the games themselves. It's just that the Japanese speedrunning community uses turbo controllers and the Western community doesn't. Like I said, I don't like the idea of using turbo controllers in speedruns. It feels kind of like crossing the line between a speedrun and a tool-assisted run, and it's kind of a pay-to-win thing in my opinion too, just because generally the best controllers for mashing text in RPGs, especially for PlayStation, tend to be kind of rare, expensive Japanese imports. That's just my opinion. Pay attention to which one goes first, just so I can try to kill it first before it can get a second turn. I did Phantom there just because they can counterattack, and that's really bad if both of them do it. Should finish off the left one, and hopefully the right one dies to the Sora Bolt. Not should die to his attack. Yeah, because of getting healed by the other crane, it survived that. This is definitely the kill, though. Okay, so I think I want to say that I got 4 rats in the Opera House in my PB, because that was a pretty good Magitech factory as a whole, but depending on whether or not I have to fight an extra battle to learn sleep, that can affect my split times, even though the run is faster if I only get 3 rats, just because I can kill stuff in the Magitech factory faster than a 4-rat fight, or a 4th rat fight would take. Still not terribly happy with this pace, but we'll see where we go. I mean, main decision point's going to be roughly the 4-hour mark at the end of the floating continent, because that's where I need to decide if I'm going to do any percent glitchless or 100% glitchless, just because at that point I need to wait for Shadow if I'm going to do 100%, because 100% is all characters and Espers. Yeah, like my Hori turbo controller lets you adjust the mash rate. Like I did some light testing and noticed the second mash option, which I'm guessing is like 15 Hertz, is faster than the next fastest one up, as far as just how long it takes to mash through like a bunch of dialogue in this game. Oh, you got your Paladin shield? Nice. Yeah, actually using turbo for like menu optimization and stuff doesn't sound easy. I mean, I still don't want to do it, but the limit for me would be for running the Japanese version, just if I want to compete for getting the record again. I'd probably save a good minute plus on just mashing through text and cutscenes if I used a turbo controller. I mean, for this run, I'm using a normal Super Nintendo controller, though, like every other game I run. Thank you, Catalypt. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. For Earthbound, there's more meaningful differences between the English and Japanese versions besides the text speed. Like I think the menus draw faster in Japanese, and then also the faster text means that the breakpoint for being able to recover from taking mortal damage is lower. Like when I've watched Japanese Mother 2 runs, they really go YOLO in a lot of the early fights. Like Frank, I think they can run their HP down super low. I actually had a Mother 2 cart before I had an Earthbound cart because of how much cheaper they are. Alright, good night, Chris Dreb. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for a game like Earthbound, when there's actual gameplay differences between versions, that sounds like it'd be something fun to do, like especially the mortal damage thing. If it's a game where the only difference is text speed, then I don't care. For this run, I mean, it would be at least probably 10 minutes faster in Japanese because of text, and the Japanese version has slightly better menus because you get 2 columns instead of 1 in the battle menu. I just don't care. I mean, I'd rather play in English, just both because that's my language and because it makes the run easier to follow for my stream viewers. That's for this glitchless category, though. For glitched, I prefer to run on the Japanese version just because there's a pretty major glitch that only works in Japanese, which is the equip anything glitch. And I like that just because it makes the first 4 hours of the run more different than doing the English version with glitches would be. I think there's a Mother 2 leaderboard on the Nico RTA wiki. I have no idea what the fastest times on there were, if there's anyone actively running the game these days. It's not always accurate too, just because getting on the Nico RTA wiki means you have to stream on Nico Live. They don't accept like runs on Twitch or offline runs uploaded somewhere. It has to be live streamed to Nico. Also has to be, and they also don't care if there's a lasting recording of the run too, which I find extremely odd. But it's some kind of cultural thing, I'm sure. Hey, I'm Good Sir. Alright, now for Gao's main contribution to the rest of the run, which is being the closest person to the door there. Ah, thanks, Anna. Alright, so now, before we head to Nourish to continue the story, making a little pit stop here to, now that once you get the airship, you can buy stuff from the auction house, and I'm gonna be getting a pretty strong Esper. Slowly though, I think I'm on the right string. Oh, nope, it's the fake out. There's one string that looks like the right one, but then it breaks off near the end. But what I was doing there was I was watching the movement pattern of the NPC out in front, and there's once she moves in a certain pattern. Then I can tell when the next auction is going to be for the Zone Seek Esper. That was pretty slow, though. Because it's not, I don't think it's really, I don't really like to call this RNG manipulation, just because it's not, I mean, it's still random as far as how quickly I can get it. I'm just using a queue in order to be able to tell when the RNG is set for zone seek. The reason I want Zone Seek is because Zone Seek is +2 magic power per level up. Hey, Blackie. So I'm going to be using that a couple times over the course of the game to do some power leveling. That's it too, just because I never actually because summoning Zone Seek just casts Shell in your whole party, which isn't useful for me, and then none of the spells I can learn from Zone Seek are really that useful either. Probably the best one in a casual playthrough is Osmos, which is really good just because it lets you pretty much always... Osmos effectively lets you have unlimited magic because I think the only stuff that's totally resistant to it is undead, otherwise you can just top off your MP based on how much MP enemies have. So, the main reason I get Zone Seek is for the World of Ruin, but because I need it there, I get it earlier just to make use of for this next part of the run. Just because Terra is forced into your party for most of the rest of the World of Balance. So I'm going to level her up a little bit with Zone Seek here in order to make her a lot stronger. If this ends up being a 100% run, it's going to pay off in the World of Ruin too. Narappa is the last mini-boss in the World of Balance on Floating Continent. These glitches can be real jerks just because they can. I had to run a few runs ago. They've confused both Terra and Locke, and then killed one of them with fire too. Getting fights on these bridges can be a little scary just because if I get a fight on one of the disappearing bridge tiles, I could potentially fall into the lava afterwards. I mean, all that does is make me have to restart the room, but it's an annoying way to lose some time. Okay, so now I'm going to be exploiting the fact that undead enemies can be guaranteed one-shot by either Revivifies or Phoenix Downs. I use Revivifies both because they're cheaper to buy and the animation's about a second faster. Hey, Cash Override. It's going okay. I've had much better paces at this point in the game, but this is definitely still very much acceptable. I'm gonna need a pretty good second half of World of Balance to really have a shot at 512 any percent, but assuming that doesn't happen, I'll be doing 100%. Yeah, I got a really nice host from Ryu Quetzalcoatl earlier too. That's why my view count is so high, and why I'm commentating a lot more than I usually do. Non-marathon runs. Yeah, so Terra has Zone Seek, and then I'm also having Locke run from the fight so that Terra gets all the experience. Yeah, I did my routing just to kind of specifically to make it possible to switch categories mid-run if I wanted to. There'll probably be some kind of Black Friday stream. I don't know about... I don't know if it'll be particularly special, but it'll just depend on how much time I have. I pretty much always stream something on Black Friday, though. So I'm definitely not a shopper. At least not going to stores. Probably the run I'm the most excited for at AGDQ is FF1 by Gyre and Fiesel. That could have... I started running a little early, and that could have actually been pretty bad if Terra had ran away before using the Rule of Fi. I'm definitely excited for all of the Castlevania games that got in this time. I got asked to commentate the Castlevania 1 race between Cantaloupe Me and Comrade. And, looking forward to the Rondo of Blood race, Rom Scouts, Portrait of Ruin Richter run, and Super Castlevania 4 race. Terra running from one of those fights would have been really bad in this run, just because I haven't really gotten a whole... I didn't get a Ings fight before the big lava room. So I'm probably gonna have to force an extra fight here. Alright, later in Nodwick. Terra learns life at level 18, and I want 19, so I'm gonna maybe force an extra fight here. It's unfortunate, but it usually happens if I don't get Ings in the first room. Not currently. Maybe someday. Okay, there's level 19. So I'm probably gonna lose some time here because of that, but we'll see at the next split. Yeah, I do very much love commentating runs, marathons, although I'm probably not going to be doing too many this time just because a lot of the games that I know have other active runners there that are more qualified to do so, like for the Blaster Master race, like Fiesel and Uranium Anchor, who didn't get accepted to actually be in the race, will be there and should get to do the commentary. Super Castlevania 4 is going to have a lot of other people that run the game there. I don't think Malasarvi is going, although he's from Finland, I think, so I imagine the trip would probably be kind of pricey for him, but I really like what he's found in a lot of the Castlevania speedruns lately. Even if K-Mac has gotten the records back fairly shortly afterwards, it's been because of Malasarvi's route improvements. Yeah, and I have no intention of trying to get on the couch for FF1 too, just because both Gyre and Fiesel are god-tier commentators for that game, and I do not feel like I have anything whatsoever that I could contribute to them. And that's okay, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, I will definitely still be watching. Oh, the Donkey Kong Country Relay was another one. I would have, if there was room, I would have definitely been interested in doing commentary for that, but I mean, there's going to be so many Donkey Kong Country runners there that people that are more active with, like, the whole trilogy of games should get the commentary spots. Yeah, and like the record for Castlevania 3 Alucard, when it's all said and done, is probably going to be going down by at least 30 seconds because of new strats that have been found by Melisarvi and maybe others too. Alright, looks like I'm going to be pretty much breaking even. Which means if I hadn't had to force that extra fight, I could have gained time here, but kind of comes with the territory. I mean, I could manipulate the encounters in that cave, but that would require having to reset the game, which would it would make, I mean, there's an alternative route that I've been looking into where I would do a reset before the Opera House, and that would force all triple rat fights, so I wouldn't get any 5 rat packs, and it would let me manipulate the encounters in the Sealed Gate Cave, but based on my testing so far, the time I would gain here wouldn't be enough to make up for the World of Ruin being worse in a number of places because of the seed being changed. My favorite Final Fantasy is in my Twitch bio, but I will say that this is one of my favorite to speedrun, just because of the number of fun categories it has across the various versions of the game, and then also just the fact that there's very little. I mean, it's not a run where I have to be on like in absolute focus from start to finish, but there's very few portions of the game where there's just literally nothing I can do to save time. Like there's a lot of cutscenes where there's little minor optimizations. There's a lot of menuing optimizations. I mean, just everywhere. Oh, there's a typo in the GBA version. Yeah, something that I added to my route, but I keep forgetting to actually do is to move up the rune edge during like number 128's death animation, just so that it's easier to sell later to buy more smoke bombs. I keep forgetting to actually do it. Moving up my warp stones. I'll get a PS4 and play FF15 at some point, but it won't be right after it comes out. Yeah. Persona 4 is a very long run. Even the Vita version that has like a fast forward mode for cutscenes is still super long. Alright, so here we've got coming up on the banquet, which is where I'm going to be doing some manipulation to manipulate the rewards I get. Because the grand prize is a charm bangle, which reduces the random encounter rate by about 40%, which is huge in a speedrun. Oh yeah, I love Persona 4 too. It's actually the only Shin Megami Tensei game I've actually played in full, but I really, really enjoyed my playthrough of it. But yeah, it doesn't look like my thing for speedrunning at all. It's way too long, way too many cutscenes. So one of the ingredients to manipulating the banquet is to talk to enough soldiers during this sequence here, and since I have to wait the 4-minute in-game timer to run down, there's no real reason not to. Well, for this category at least. One little bit of tech is that anytime I do a screen transition, that creates a bit of lag on the in-game timer. So I'm following a route through the castle that minimizes the number of screen transitions down to, I believe, 9 total. Because of this in-game timer too, that's why I didn't bother changing my party before coming here too. Like, the fights I do here, I could win faster if I had more characters, but because I have enough time to do what I need to, I just do it with Locke and Terra. Ooh, I didn't actually put the model on. Oops. That was silly. So wrapped up in the commentary, I didn't, I missed a menu I was supposed to do there. Re-phantom up just so that Terra doesn't get silenced. Okay, now I need to kind of pay a bit more attention just because I've wasted some time because of that mistake, and need to actually work now to make sure I get everything done I need to in time. I want Phantom on here just because that program 65 attack is mute, and if that gets Terra, that's pretty bad. I have one fight left, so I should be okay. It's gonna be kind of tight though. If I wasn't so low on time, I'd make another steal attempt. Some menuing there too. So it's gonna cost me a few seconds having to do it after the banquet. least I got the 23 soldiers though, which is the important part, because if I missed that, then that would pretty much kill the run, because I wouldn't be able to get the charm bangle. The answers to these questions affect my score with the banquet too. Another piece, so I have to fight these guys here. After that question, I can just mash through the rest of the text. So I think I've got 2 more pieces of menuing I missed because of the time running out, so yeah, it's just gonna be a few seconds I lose. So my route basically just does as much menuing as I can during, like, generally I should have about 30-40 seconds left after I've talked to the 23rd soldier. But I lost that because I didn't have Maduan equipped for the Mega Armor fight. Fortunately, that's not terribly significant for the run, just because of the holding game timer thing. Alright, moving on. Moving on to everybody's favorite part of the run, too, Thamasa. Hey, NBN Chaos. This is not really feeling like an any percent PB attempt at this point, but assuming I don't kill Narapa before 356, let's shift to do 100% PB attempt instead. Okay, for whatever reason, the only part of Vector that you can use warp stones is that cafe there. Okay, so now, one of the other prizes I got from that, besides the charm bangle, was gaining access to the Imperial Treasury on the base over here, which I'm going to hit up right now. I could come back and get it later after getting the airship back, but I timed it out that if I get it's either the same speed or faster, depending on how many preemptives I get and the extra encounters I get from blocking. Hey, Doombot. Yeah, I had a really generous host by Ryu Quetzalcoatl earlier. So I'm trying to do a bit more commentary than I usually would for a PB attempt. Just 'cause I've got a nice audience tonight. Alright, good night, Dark Shadow Ridge. Run's going okay. It's not really feeling like a 512 any percent pace, but we will see. If it's not on pace for that end of Floating Continent, then I'll switch to do 100% instead. Ryu is a legend. At Diablo 2 and Breath of Fire in particular. So unfortunately we're coming into the kind of one of the slower paced parts of the run, which is the Masa. I mean, I don't mind this compared to some other games I've run in the past, like Final Fantasy VII and IX, where the equivalent part of the game, like the really story-heavy part of their game, is like an hour long. And the Thamasa segment here is about half an hour, and the cutscenes are broken up by some fairly meaningful action, like the Burning House and the Ultros 3 fight. And yeah, speaking of Breath of Fire, there's a Breath of Fire relay coming up next, or not, 2 weeks from now on the RPG Limit Break channel. All 5 Breath of Fire games back to back by 2 teams. It'll definitely be a good time. Thank you, Beauville. The fact that Terra is required to be used for Thamasa is the main reason why I leveled her up for in the Sealed Gate Cave too. Just because she's going to be my heaviest hitter for the next couple boss fights. Yeah, that's one thing I really, really like about the soundtrack, both to this and to Final Fantasy VII, is that they use a musical style called leitmotif, which is something that's really common in like movie soundtracks. Like any movie score by John Williams is generally leitmotif style, which means that characters and events and other important parts of the story have musical melodies associated with them. Like this is Terra's theme playing right now, but or actually, I'm sorry, no, like the version of Terra's theme that's the Overworld actually has a dark remix of it during like the end of the world, which is kind of an interesting touch. Hey, Keyfry. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's a fun word to use in everyday conversation too. Along with some other words from this game, like lecherous and licentious, which I learned the meanings of as a kid solely because of this game. But yeah, like most of the important characters in this game have like 2 different versions of their theme that are used in different parts of the story. Like Locke's main theme is the one you hear like during the Moogle battle at the start, but there's a minor key arrangement of it called Forever Rachel, which is quite well known. Which, if I do 100%, we'll be hearing that at the end of the Phoenix Cave. Yeah, what Sand Slice got the right spelling there, just because it's, I think, German, I think. So light is spelled a little differently. But yeah, it means light motive in English. The Final Fantasy VII soundtrack is pretty similar too. Like you hear that do 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 melody all over the place, like the overworld, the airship, a lot of the cutscene themes, the ending. No clouts. I'm going to AGDQ, but I am not. I don't have any runs this time. I actually didn't even submit anything, just because neither of the games I'm actively running at the moment would have been worth my while to submit. I mean, this game wasn't just in SGDQ, so it's definitely not getting 2 runs in a row, and then I'm nowhere near good enough at Donkey Kong Country 2 to run for a GDQ. Alright, so that was some Major League shopping right there to buy a huge stack of rods. Rods are extremely overpowered because if you use one and break it, it casts a level 2 spell that does the highest possible damage based on the character's level and magic stat, and then also ignores enemy magic defense. Yeah, I sold my Genji glove just because I don't need it anymore, and I place value on getting rid of clutter in my inventory. Like, that's also why I sold the Tintina bar. It's just a relic that heals you when you walk around, but it's useless for me, so I just sold it to get so that I don't have to scroll past it in my relic list. Now we get Andy Perfect's favorite music. Oh, I guess I never actually explained too. I shortened the character names to 1 letter just to speed up the text drawing out whenever the character names are used. There's a few exceptions. There's characters that I get very late in the game I don't shorten just because it would take longer to do so than I'd save. I also bought a mystery veil in that shop there, which is one of the best pieces of headgear in the game for female characters. It's mostly going to be Celis using it. Yeah, you can. There is an EXP egg you can find in Daryl's Tomb, which is the one I'm going to be using as part of my leveling route. But if you want more, you need to get them from the Coliseum, because you can only have 1 character equip it at once. Oh, thanks for the host, Cynesis. Just saw the message. Alright, so after this next cutscene here, we got the burning house, which, one of the more random parts of the run, just because of the number. I want to try to get through with as few encounters as possible with the bombs, but that's not really something I have a whole lot of control over, just because their movement is random. There's little minor things that I could attempt in order to try to dodge encounters, but all of them are random as far as whether they work or not, so most people that run this game pretty much just opt to just charge straight through the house and just hope to get lucky with getting favorable movement patterns from the bombs to avoid them. If you want to farm Genji gloves, you can actually do it off of dragons. Just the normal enemy called Dragon. If you get it on the Veldt, you can steal Genji gloves from them. The first two rooms of the house are the hardest to avoid encounters, just because you don't have much space to work with. So I basically try to use the time from the encounters I get to sort my inventory a bit. Got all three in this room. Avoiding any of them at all in the first two rooms, especially the first room, is really lucky. I got past that one because it was moving at the same time I was. Might have had a shot at that second one if I didn't fuck. The worst is if if they're in a position where I just can't get around them, but they're still moving, so the fight doesn't start for like half a second or so. That's kind of what I consider the worst. Okay, the third and fourth rooms, actually avoiding them is a lot easier, just because I've got more space to dodge around them. I'm going to be exploiting both rods and also Flame Eater's weakness to ice here, along with attempting to steal a Flame Saber. Broke even. Nice. Yeah, the burning house wasn't particularly good in my PB. And it wasn't particularly good in this run either, just because I only dodged one encounter in the first two rooms, and I only got one preemptive. I mean, I've had runs through this where I've only gotten 3 encounters, and like 1 or 2 of them were preemptives. It's pretty much all RNG. Yes, mods, please bark the spam bots away. That's not a good kind of 100%. Being a 100% Twitch chat viewer. Yeah, this is not really feeling like a sub 356 Narapa, just because the burning house was one of the big time saves out there for the second half of the World of Balance. The next 3 segments were pretty good in my PB. I mean, I can always get better luck and always do faster menus and stuff, but we shall see. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually been in the green in this run. I know I tied my Magitech armor split and then lost time on Vargas and Ultros. Yeah. Poor religion. There'll be at least 1 or 2 more, though. I would like to finish like 2 or 300% runs before moving on to a pretty nice video for future marathon submissions. That's just a good showcase of the route, too. Hey, Twitch Master. Okay, so coming up here is the Ultros 3 fight. Ultros 3 is a pretty huge spike as far as the amount of HP that bosses have. Because, like, Flame Eater had 8,400, Ultros 3 is 22,000. So I'm going to be breaking a bunch of rods in order to kill him before he does a bunch of buffing on himself. And also attempting to steal his white cape. This is also the first time I'm going to be morphing with Terra, which doubles her magic attack and defense power. I think part of why they gave Ultros 3 so much HP is just because this is intended to be a tutorial for Realm's sketch ability, because if you sketch Ultros, that just ends the fight there. But for a speedrun, it's faster to just run down his HP. But yeah, using Morph here lets me do max damage to Ultros while having running shoes equipped. Speed up the fight. Oh, Synaptic Static, I am a Twitch partner, but I don't have a sub button by choice. I have that in my FAQ in my Twitch bio too. Nice to get 2 preamps in here. Might gain a few seconds on this split because of the 2 preamps. This dungeon reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy IX dungeons, where it's extremely short if you know where you're going. And skip all the treasure and stuff. You know, Ryu, this game does actually have a Ruru in it because one of the Moogles that's implied to be Mog's wife or girlfriend in the Japanese version and the Game Boy Advance versions is called Moruru. And then the Moogle charm's original name is Moruru's charm. Yeah, what Lord of Hyphen said, if you're looking for something to sub to or like have a Twitch Prime sub lying around or something, I support the RPG Limit Break channel, which the funds raised through Twitch partnership there are used for the annual marathon. Yeah, there is the Ruru switch at the opera too, although I'm delegating that to Kishura to be the wielder of the Ruru switch. Okay, so anyway, this is the longest block of cutscenes in the run. It's about like 11 minutes or so. So this is traditionally where I like to ask chat how everybody's doing and if you had a good weekend and such. That was a pretty unexpected big time savings on that split, by the way. I was expecting maybe like 5 to 10 seconds or so, but I guess getting the double preamp and the first try White Cape steal made a decent difference. This is still going to need to be a pretty strong next half hour in order to have a sub 356 Narapa, but we shall see. So what is YomaCon? Is that like an anime con or something? 17-hour stream, wow. That is considerably longer than I have ever done. I've been involved with some extremely long streams, like the first couple Final Fantasy 4 through 6 relays I did the restreaming for, but I was not actually playing or for the whole time. Well, I know the feeling. I mean, yeah, I lost a potential high 44 yesterday to Castle Crush of all silly things, but just the fact that I made it to World 6 on PB pace with no deaths made me happy, even if the run died after that. That's a lot of exits. Oh, thanks for the host, LCC. Thanks for the Thabasa host. I caught about half of one of PJ's Batman runs. I mean, admittedly, I don't... I mean, I like watching PJ, but I don't like watching Batman Forever, so... I took part in his event a little bit and called it good. So unfortunately, Despite how much swag Leo's shock attack has, it's actually a few seconds faster to just attack with the offering. I've never played Lost Odyssey, although I don't have any Xbox family consoles. I believe Lost Odyssey is an Xbox exclusive. Yeah, indeed. Oh, LCC, unfortunately, it's looking like pre-Opera reset tech is slower for Glitchless. I did another full test run, and being able to manipulate the encounters in the sealed gate cave to optimize the Terra grinding is really nice, as avoiding 5 rat packs, but the different seed for the World of Ruin is just too much slower to make up for it from my testing. It might have potential for other categories, though. Like, I'm going to look at it for Japanese any % no sketch. To see what it does with my seed 238 route. Yeah, well, from what I've seen on Toru's streams, the Japanese runners do have at least some kind of a route for the fishing. It does look slower than the Seed 244 route, but it does also look easier, just because there's more standing at the beach and waiting for the fish to come to you. Well, I mean, the par time is sub 356 in Narapa. Whether or not I get that at this point is mostly going to depend on my Air Force battles and the ninjas and the floating continent and the escape. Oh yeah, one little meta game that FF6 runners like to do for amusement during this cutscene block too is to guess how many times Red Ifrit's going to hit Kefka. And 0! Red Ifrit fails. Because even though this is a cutscene, this is in the battle engine, and there is randomness as far as whether or not Kefka blocks the fire spells. 100% is all characters in Espers. For Glitchless, it should be roughly a 6.5 hour run. Well, the only extra Esper that I have to pick up that I don't normally get in my any percent route is Kieran, which I did. I ate a 1 second time loss to pick up Kieran so that I'd have the option to go to 100% if I wanted to. The split, yeah, the time's a little misleading too, just because normally my on that day split is like 3 or 4 seconds after Narapa, but in this run I actually got a naughty fight that froze Terra after Narapa, so I think I killed Narapa at like 3:55:30 something. But it's gonna take a pretty good IAF and Floating Continent to just to match that, though, I think. And if I'm just breaking even, I might just do 100% anyway, just because if I'm not actually ahead of my any percent splits, it's gonna be kind of tough to PB at any percent, just because I got 4 cycles Sid in my any percent PB. The main place that I have time to gain in my any percent PB is Kefka's Tower. Just because I didn't get any preemptives at all in the tower, despite Gale Hairpin, and Tier 3 was kind of slow in the final battle. We'll see though. I cannot do justice to Akash voice, so I'm not even gonna try. What? I think did the map that came with the game actually say World of Balance and World of Ruin? Because I guess I'm kind of blanking on if that's where it came from originally, or if it was Nintendo Power or something. The whole thing about spoiling the existence of the World of Ruin is exclusive to the English version of the game, too. The original Japanese version did not have that map included with it. Oh, nice. Nelstar. The latter, Omni. I got Kieran, which is literally the only thing in my route I have to do differently to allow it to go to 100%. I don't even technically have to do that, but it would be kind of slow because I would have to go all the way back up to past Dodaluma area to get Kieran in the World of Ruin. Which I could do after getting Mogs, there wouldn't be any encounters, and I could use the warp spell to get out, but that would still be a pretty significant detour. So here I'm trying to put 4 characters into my party in order to actually be able to menu before the Air Force. Yeah, sub 356 Narapa kill is the cutoff. But if it's like basically breaking even with my splits, I'm kind of leaning towards just doing 100% anyway. Because if I'm not actually ahead at the end of World of Balance, then that kind of makes it not guaranteed that that I can PB at 100%, even if I have a pretty good World of Ruin. So, the grinding I did with Terra lets me one-shot all these Sky Armors with her Ramu summon. Alright, you have yourself a good night, Blue Imp. Thanks for tuning in. And good luck on the DKC ones when you resume them. I'm just using Runic here for safety, just because I do need, in order to one-shot the Spitfires, Terra needs 2 earrings, so I can use Running Shoes and Celis to make her fast enough to potentially outspeed some of the tech lasers and Runic them. Bummer there. If Celis dies more than once, then that means I lose time on the floating continent, just because then she won't learn bio by the time she needs it. It's part of why I do that thing to get the menu early, is just so that I just get that one battle where I can afford to have Celis die. Otherwise it would be none. The ideal battle here is one where I don't take enough damage to need to heal afterwards, but that's, the odds are not really in my favor for those. Yeah, I'm really grateful for having a pretty high viewer count tonight, but unfortunately that's bringing out the spam bots in force. I can't really self-moderate my chat tonight just because I don't have the dashboard up because of minimize the odds of my computer crashing again, so definitely going to be relying on my mods to seek and destroy. Oh hey Vaxer, I think I saw you say hi earlier but did not say hi back. Alright, one more fight and it's time for Ultros 4. Alright, so I'm getting bio in time then, because Celis only died once. She did miss some experience though. Might translate into needing to do an extra battle on the floating continent. So in a run that uses glitches, this is a pretty intense fight, because this is the first time you have to do what's called reverse Joker Doom, but in Glitchless it's actually a pretty trivial boss. Main thing that matters here is if I do enough damage with Edgar and Celis to kill Chupan in 3 hits. It saves a little bit of time. Probably because of Celis dying, and he's probably not level 15 yet. That was kind of a weak hit by Edgar too. It's just a few seconds though, because I get that little bit of text and then I have to do one more attack to kill Chupan. Hey Lauren! We shall see. break to kill boss. You get a free party heal when you start the Air Force fight too, which is nice. Short on money, I'd get the same out of that chest up there, but I didn't miss any steals that affect the money routes. I'm just gonna skip it. So this is a chest monster, so it's obviously not required, but I'm doing this just because Gigantos is worth 7550 XP, which is a huge amount at this point, so doing this fight and then giving all the experience to Celis is worth basically 3.5 levels. Celis to get to level 19 by the end of the Floating Continent. It's part of my leveling route for the World of Ruin. So I'm gonna need probably at least two more battles to hit level 19, along with getting some AP for Edgar to learn Doom and to recharge her morph power for the Atmo weapon fight coming up. Even if I was on a step route, there's this weird randomization of the enemy formations on the Floating Continent, so I couldn't actually manipulate either avoiding ninjas, which are unrunnable and dangerous, or explicitly getting good fights for leveling up fast. Like, what I'd really like to see is a 3-pack of Apocryphoses. You know what? I can take this one. Good as an Apocryphos. The highest XP monster in this area. And this is what I do not want to see, just because I can't run away from these. They're worth kind of crappy experience with a good AP, and they're probably dangerous too. Yeah, that'll move the switch. Oh. That's a problem. Guess I was so in the zone. Well, 100% it is, for sure, then. Hey, Ozzy. I've never managed to do that before. This wasn't a really good pace run. I'm also so in the zone. I didn't think I could just walk back and hit it too instead of going through the teleporters again. So that probably ate a good, like, 20 to 30 seconds. Well, probably more, just because I'm probably translate into at least one extra encounter. I just don't, yeah, I don't have level 19 yet, though. I do need another fight. Yeah, 'cause ninjas are worth pretty crappy experience, so that sadly doesn't really cut it. This one should top it off, though, I think. We got an Apocryphos in the first fight. Nope. Yeah, it's cause Celis died in the Air Force. I really should have taken that 4-pack of monsters that I ran from because it was a side attack. So I have to farm battle before Atma if I don't get something. Feels like a waste to use a Thunder Rod in a single one of these, but hopefully this does it. Alright, there we go. Alright, at my time. Such a silly mistake. Although I guess the fact that Celis died in the Air Force, that probably killed the sub 356 pace, just because of having to find more in the floating continent. I'm sure it is. I just haven't tested that. A thing I did test though is killing off Edgar in the Air Force to give Celis more XP. If Edgar is dead for all of the Air Force, then that actually can lead me to get 19 off of just one fight. And if it's ninjas, that's probably enough AP for the morph I need to. So that might be something I might start doing. Actually, is letting Edgar die in the Air Force, and then just accept. Because the main thing that I'd miss out on, well, if Edgar is dead, then that means it's a little riskier as far as Celis staying alive, just because Edgar isn't there as a possible target. And I've got no real shot at getting Chupan quick kill, but. The upside, though, is that should guarantee that I can get level 19 in 2 fights, even if one of them's ninjas, which should be a bigger time save than Chupan quick kill. Hey, Magic Fruit. But yeah, that is something that I really should test out too. Is which monster formations Celis can kill with Thunder Rods after Gigantos. I know she can kill ninjas, but I haven't tested most of the other monsters if she's capable of killing them without earrings, because I give her Gale Hairpin and back guard just because of ninjas, and really not wanting to get pincered by ninjas. Hey, Rivers. That single Apocryphos I probably could have had tried to get Edgar and Terra to run from though, but anyway, so yeah, this is definitely not going to be a sub 356 because generally I have to kill Atma weapon at somewhere around the 348 mark in order to be on pace for that, and This was a 350. Yeah, I mean, that is one thing I do want to improve in my route, too. Yeah, is just optimizing this little grind on the floating continent, too. I mean, I've already done my homework as far as which fights are better than others, but doing more micromanagement, like killing off Edgar for the Air Force, having characters run away from fights I take, that's something I can still... I still think I can improve a bit. One thing, though, is that in my route I do need Edgar, for any percent at least, I do need Edgar to finish learning Doom before the end of the Floating Continent, and for me to do that without having to grind more naughties generally requires him to be alive for the 2 to 3 fights that it takes for level 19. And yeah, I mean, I might running away. Yeah, it won't be consistent, and if I want to guarantee it, it'll be slower and potentially risky too, because of like Apocryphoses. If they get a second turn, can do the Death by Math family of spells, like level 4 Flare, which shouldn't really be an issue for me, just because. The only potential for me to be level 16... Well, you know what? Terra is level 20 in a lot of runs, though, which is kind of... Well, yeah, that could be kind of a thing. Yeah, I'm definitely doing 100%. I made a pretty stupid mistake with missing one of the switches in the Floating Continent, but I have a hunch that I still wouldn't have made the par time, even if I hadn't done that, just because of needing to grind more for level 19. I suppose looking at level 18 route for World of Ruin could be a potential thing too, just because I have seen Japanese runners do that. I mean, for the route I'm using now, it just kind of all falls into place that level 19 is what I need, just because if I didn't fight those extra battles, I'd need to break the gravity rod and the tentacles, and then use a fire rod to kill the other one. I wouldn't be able to morph on Ultros because I'd have to save all of my morph for Atmo weapon, and I would probably need more rods for Dullahan and tentacles too, because of Celis being a down level. But yeah, I'm just looking into ways to cut the number of battles I need to get level 19 is something I definitely want to put some work into in the coming weeks. Okay. Where's my 100% limits? Should have gotten those up during the cutscene. So this is the reason why this is the decision point for any percent versus 100% is that if I'm doing 100%, I have to wait for Shadow. I guess another reason why any percent PB is off the table too is I use all of my Thunder Rods. So that really lowers the odds of getting Narappa quick kill, which I did get in my PB. No, there isn't. There is not like an all cutscenes category or something. If you would like to do such a thing, feel free though. When is Nightshade percent? Ask Wipey about that. Wipey, W-Y-P-Y, was the champion of Nightshade. Now let me actually kill Narappa first. We're talking about Nightshade Rage, which is a really broken rage for Gao. Oh, I still got it. Well, this isn't guaranteed one shot, but it's got a decent mod. Alright, so these guys put on shit, and now it's time to grind. I need to get down to 4 seconds in order to save Shadow, so I'm gonna use the rest of that time to grind spells on Celis and Terra for the World of Ruin. It cracks me up that I got Narapa quick kill without using a rod, though. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm 9 minutes ahead, it's just it's because my Glitchless 100% run is very, very outdated and unoptimized. Like my PB's 652, and my latest route can pretty easily go sub 630 with a good enough run. That's why I've got the splits out. So I want to get basically all of the easily accessible elemental level 2 spells on both Celis and Terra, and then also learn Doom with Edgar, and then Break with Terra. Yeah, I've got 2 instances of live split running, just different scene captures in OBS, so I can switch between them. Live split doesn't yet have a way to just be able to switch between split tables within the same run. So, yeah, I've got Break. I can do some free menuing here, but I do need to be out of the menu before 4 seconds, or else I game over. Yeah, just for absolute lack of anything else to put on Edgar during that grind after he learns Doom, just for the lulz, I put Kieran on. So yeah, I guess the extra grinding and that mistake even managed to cost me some time against my outdated 100% splits. This became 100% after I didn't meet my par time for World of Balance. I made a mistake that cost me probably like 30 seconds in the floating continent, but even without that I don't think I would have gotten to sub 356 World of Balance. So yeah, and this is where the routes diverge too, just because in order to do 100% I have to wait for Shadow. And I use that time in order to grind some spells for my other characters. Now I guess I'd better update the stream title too. Alright. Don't destroy the game streams, nerds. They're fun. Alright, you have yourself a good night, MS Kane. Yes, the purple Kool-Aid water is now worldwide. Well, thanks for the hosts, Nacho and Rivers. Alright, so yeah, 40201's definitely on pace for a sub 630 at this category. I mean, if it was, I mean, I could get a sub 4 even with waiting for Shadow, but if that would be that would basically be a waste of a potential any percent PB if I did that. Alright, so the first part of the World of Ruin is basically the same as any percent, other than very minor things with the magic learning route. It doesn't really change until after I grind Celis. And that's actually the first major change from my old route too, is that I grind Celis to level 42 and then don't grind Shadow at all. I forgot to check Terra's MP, but since I didn't fight out after getting my spells, I think she should have enough for another Bolt 2 during the Funbaba fight. Hey Mike, good afternoon sir. Yep, got about another 2.5 hours to go. And either I double tapped when I was talking to Sid or I missed talking to him at all because I already messed up the manipulation. The closest thing to a hint is the different descriptions that the fish have in the key item list if you look at them. Alright, good night, Gibless. I mean, it's not. I mean, it doesn't really help you as far as telling the difference between the fish, because I mean, you're in a casual playthrough, you're probably not going to really associate the fish with like how fast they're moving and what's part of the beach they spawn on, which is how you tell if you really know what you're doing. You also can't get rid of bad fish if you pick them up and look at them too. This probably isn't gonna do it. Yeah, I need one more solid cycle. But each different kind of fish is a separate key item. Nope, didn't do it. This should, though. Nope. Alright, I guess not. So all those bad cycles really cost me. Alright, if this doesn't do it, I will be very legitimately shocked. Alright, that was atrocious, but the fact that I didn't even get the first cycle of manipulation definitely contributed to that. And my PB, my 100% PB did not do a reset before this, too. Even though the fish was bad, that reset is going to get me back on a step route for the next part of the game. Basically, pretty much the whole rest of the game, except for the Phoenix Cave, is step routed. No. Yeah, I have to defeat all 8 dragons to get Crusader. Hey, Jeff, evening, sir. The only real side quest I don't have to do is the Ebbets Rock one with Haidon, just because the only reward from that is lore. $100 run. Well, maybe in the hopefully unlikely event that I ever stream full time, maybe I need $100 in tips to do 100% runs. There's very well. there is very little likelihood to die in Kefka's Tower, but I did just that in my last actual attempt at this. I died to Kefka because of a really, really, really unlikely scenario happening with double calmness on Go-Go, the first one breaking his blink and the second one killing him because he didn't block it. And then I wasn't prepared to actually fight Kefka without Go-Go. Since this is 100%, I do not actually need to get the Bard's Head, just the 2 enhancers. Oh, you're running FFL2 now? Gonna go for the, any percent no wrong warp, any percent glitchless, any percent trifecta. Okay, the category, the gauntlet that the only real coherence is that it's the most popular categories for each game. Hey Scar, I'm going pretty good. Yeah, there's a bug where when the game auto-unequips all of your characters at the end of World of Balance, for whatever reason it also unequips one of the Moogles that you used way back at the very start of the game. The one that had a boomerang. So yeah, that's why there's just this boomerang that gets randomly added to your inventory at the start of World of Ruin. I might do that someday too if I learn more Saga runs, although I'd want to do Glitchless for all 3 games if I did a gauntlet. Glitchless for Legend 1, meaning no Saw. That would probably be, what, like about 6 hours or so of Saga goodness then? I mean, it's not like there's a Grand Council or whatever that decides in the legitimacy of gauntlet runs. I mean, do whatever, whatever you find fun. Like, if I did a gauntlet of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasy, it would be kind of goofy, because I would probably be doing, no 64, FF4, no Neo X Death Skip, FF5, and then Glitchless, FF6. Or if I ever actually finish learning it, Japanese Glitchless FF4 instead of no 64. Yeah, did somebody say gauntlet? Yeah, yeah. Gotta have the Mystic Quest. Well, doing a, like, Final Fantasy... Well, that's actually a good question. If the, so sure he has an auto and stuff, so it's gonna shoot. If doing a, series run of Final Fantasy would be more or less insane than Dragon Quest. Yeah, it depends. Well, yeah, it depends on the route. I mean, like the one where you nerf every Big Bang looks very tight as far as actually doing that on for every cycle. I've seen some much safer and more boring looking ones though, like where the whole fight is literally just Kane chopping him up with the Avenger sword and Rosa doing Cure 4 as needed. The current record uses Edge, actually, but I don't remember what the strats are. Aw, that's a shame. So he died to this fight and hadn't saved recently or something. Well, I saved a lot of time because I'm running against my horribly outdated 100% splits now. I mean, I've been grinding the crap out of Glitchless any percent the past however many months, but I haven't finished a full Glitchless 100% run in over 2 years. Probably closer to 2.5 now, because I think it was before... Yeah, my 652 I got before Second Crystals for Life in early 2014. Yeah, I mean, in the glitched runs, this part of the game is much more dangerous just because you're lower leveled. I mean, I used to do this at level 15, but I found that going to 19 not only makes this part of the run a lot safer, it also ends up saving time on the boss fights and on the grinding. So there's basically kind of a win-win in both ways then. I'd kind of expect that it's kind of like skipping Shadow in Sabin's scenario, where the level 15 route is probably potentially faster if I get really good RNG, but realistically slower in most cases. If you want to talk in Spanish, please do it through Whispers or whatever. I like to keep my chat in languages that, well, language that most of the viewers can speak. Yeah, I would consider No Sketch to be the most difficult run to get a good time at, even with all of the Sabinless nonsense thrown out. Like having some reverse Joker Doom action, getting to do the start of the World of Ruin at level 14, I think. No, there's no permanently missable. Well, you know what? Yes, actually, you can miss Ifrit if you don't pick him up. I think that might be it, though. I mean, like, pretty much everything else that's optional you can get in World of Ruin, like both the Espers at the auction house, you can get Seraphim, you can get... If you don't pick up any of the Espers and Zozo, they're still there. So it might just be literally just Ifrit, as far as the only permanently missable Esper. Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. You can miss Ragnarok if you take the sword instead of the Magicite. Well, yeah, the last time I actually did an attempt at it was the one where I died to Kefka because of a scenario that was... I lost heart at even calculating all the different RNG that had to line up for that death to happen. When you talk to Setzer, I mean, it gives you a view of the overworld that pans over to where the tomb is. I don't remember ever having trouble finding it as a kid. Evening Stray, by the way. Well, you have to find Setzer in order to get the airship, and there's pretty much nothing meaningful that you can actually do without the airship once you're past Figaro. So, yeah, you're not really. You're probably. I'm guessing you just quit playing after this or something. Yeah, because I mean, Celis, Edgar, and Setzer are the only characters that are 100% required in order to be able to beat the game, at least without major glitching. Yeah, or what else you said. Yeah, the Fanatics Tower is such an evil, trolly place. Did you really think the end of the world would do me in? That's a fairly popular Salmon quote. CES is not a speedrun. I mean, it's a challenge run. I mean, just the fact that you have to do all 3 parts of Kefka's Tower with solo characters means that you would just have to do a lot of grinding in order to actually be able to do it. You could probably optimize it just somewhat, like you could probably, yeah, you could, well, I guess the question would be how you would kill Inferno. You could probably do that with Joker Doom and then do Vanish-Doom and the others, but yeah, so I guess it wouldn't be a ridiculously long run to do it, but it would still be, it would just be a much slower version of any percent no sketch to do it without Mog, especially. Yeah, but sadly we don't see PM stalkers because I have the Moogle charm when I go to get 7. That's one of my favorite bits of localization in this game, was translating Night Stalker as PM Stalker. Alright, so coming up next, we've got a little bit of power leveling that I'm going to do. I'm going to be grinding Solace up to level 42, which is the level she naturally learns the Ice 3 spell at, and she's going to be doing it with the Zone Seek Magicite, which is +2 magic power per level up. That's also going to translate into all of the remaining characters that join me in the World of Ruin, joining at a higher level too, just because it's based on party level averaging. That's why I skipped getting Sabin at my first opportunity to do so, just because I can get him at level like 25, I think, instead of 19, or no, 27. So this generally takes like about 6-7 minutes. For Doom. I guess, yeah, I'd have to miss twice with Doom and the tentacles for Edgar to not have enough MP. It's another perk to this new strat of having Spencer off himself with the Man-Eater instead of Edgar casting Doom on him. Hey, Ghost King, good evening, sir. You had a good weekend? Well, for this category, if I finish the run, it's going to be a very free PB, just because my 100% run is very, very outdated. No, that's not, yeah, this comes up fairly often. The Vanish-Doom glitch works that if something has... I mean, there's an intended game mechanic where if a character has the Vanish status, they have absolutely no magic evasion. And then the way that instant death works, or I should say instant death immunity works, is that instant death will automatically miss something that has death immunity, but the glitch in question is that the game checks for Vanish status and therefore no evasion before checking for death immunity. So Edgar using Doom on himself will vanish to guarantee a hit is perfectly fine for my purposes. Because Edgar does not have death immunity. With a little bit of tweaking to my shopping routes that I'd have enough fire rods for all of the Mantis fights here too, so that's going to be about a 10-second time save even on my any percent time too for the grind here. Next time I get a run this far on any percent PB pace. Hey Vargon. Yeah, it's definitely a classic. Oh wow, that's dedication. Yeah, I am on a step route, so I mean I am manipulating the monster formations for grinding here too, just so that I know how many rods I need to optimize it. And it just works out that by the time when I use up all my rods, then Celis is strong enough for her actual magic to one-shot the enemies. Well, a nice thing about this game is that I can get back on a step route by resetting the game. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's how all of my routes for each various categories work, is that I basically step route up until the end of Sabin's scenario, then it goes off basically because of stuff like the opera rats and the burning house, where I kind of lose control over how many encounters I get that affect the encounter string, and then when I get to the World of Ruin, I do a reset in order to get back on step route. Hey Lahulk, thank you sir. Hey Schism. Oops. Hey Lola, apparently. Forgot that I avoid mashing. So anyway, this is kicking off the quest to get Cyan, which is going to be one of the first that I do. I'm not done grinding yet, but I'm popping in here to do this, just because the steps that I'm taking towards going in and out of the town are counting towards the last fight for my level 42. So I'm losing a bit of time on this split just because in my old run I didn't grind as much here, and I think I also did the Lola letter after the grind instead of in the middle of it. I mean, it's much more optimized than my old run. So the very first character I'm going to recruit is Mog, just because Mog can use the Moogle charm, which prevents all random encounters, and that's really, really, really big, in 100% especially. In any percent I would go through the secret entrance, but for 100% because I need to come back here anyway, I'm just going to get that cutscene out of the way. That's something I guess I do need to actually test to confirm that's still the case with the step route. With no step route, it's definitely faster to do this because of being able to go through Arvis's house that doesn't have encounters. Yeah, the test writer often makes me think about test runner, the speedrunner. Sorry, we got that elixir. Yeah, you should, Care Bears. It's a really good game, and there's a lot more to do after Kefka at Nourish. Does feel kind of weird to be going through this part of the mines as not Terra. So because of how late in the game I'm getting Mog, I'm not going to shorten his name. That's also going to be true for Gogo and Umaru. Well, if I ran out of smoke bombs, I would just need to run away normally, but that's not going to happen because I'm going to be able to buy more before it matters. I do glitchless runs pretty much every weekend and Sunday nights. So we're coming here to get Sabin, but also Seraphim. Mods, can you take care of that, please? Thank you. So I don't actually use Sabin anywhere near as much in 100% as any percent, because actually Go-Go is better than Sabin at doing blitzes, specifically, among other things. But I mean, I do need to get him because it's all characters and Espers, and I do use him in a couple places. And he has a pretty important role to play in Terra's side quest coming up fairly soon, too. I also waited to get Seraphim until now, just because it's 10 gold instead of like 1,000 or so if I got it in the World of Balance. Hey, Doomgaze. How you doing? I'll be coming back for you later. Getting I do have to kill Doomgaze eventually to get Bahamut, but I don't have any means to kill him before he can run away at this point, so I do it a lot later on. The stuff I pick up in here is a little bit different from any percent. Namely, I don't want to get pushed off at all, because I don't actually need the red jacket in the basement. I did get the Genji armor instead, though. Hey, Megashin. Well, I am running against a very, very outdated PB at this category. It's from route improvements, Ryu. My PB at this category is about 2.5 years old, so it predates any kind of encounter manipulation. I've got a much better route for World of Ruin. Just better grinding, more optimized menuing. Less party changes. So since I'm going to do Terra's side quest next, I actually get Bum Rush after Zone Eater instead of before, because that basically means that I do not have to get 2 characters eaten by the Zone Eater. Because like in my any percent run, I have to have both Sabin and Mog get eaten by the Zone Eater, because I'm basically gambling that that'll be faster than going into the airship an extra time to party change to just Mog. Oh, I do use Shadow, just not as much as my old run. Because I found that for pretty much every boss in the World of Ruin, Celis being stronger translates into faster boss kills than Shadow being higher leveled. Because now that I have Mog, the next hour-ish of their game is basically a boss gauntlet, because so I can just breeze through all the dungeons without encounters. The only one that I have encounters in is the Phoenix Cave. Yeah, you can still get fish, but they don't respawn once you've done the Sid minigame again, I believe. Yeah, Mega Shan, I didn't meet my par time for having a shot at an any percent PB after World of Balance. Correct, I don't. Sabin doesn't need any relics or equipment for what he's going to be contributing to the Fumbaba fight. My new route does some of the side quests in a different order too. So this is actually going to be a pretty monster gold, but that's because in my old run I'd already gotten Shadow by this point. So some of the time I'm going to gain on this split I'm going to be giving back because I'm still having to do Shadow's side quest, but should still come out ahead. You better believe I've got a bunch of water if I'm going to be talking for 7 hours. So Terra has neglected to sleep at all since the end of the world, and she has the same HP and MP and other status as the end of the floating continent, so I forgot to actually check how much MP she had, so that might affect this fight. Because yeah, you can't win here, so it's faster to just have Terra take herself out. Strago and Realm are going to get used a little bit in Kefka's tower. This part I could have actually done before getting the airship, but there's no reason whatsoever to do it. I would have had to walk here and back Well, I could have taken the chocobo to get here, but then I would have had to walk the rest of the way to Nikia. And the Funbaba fight would have been a lot more dangerous too, without Solus being level 42. You're meant to get Sabin before Setzer. Well, and Edgar and Setzer. You don't have to, though. If you don't go to Zen, you won't get Setzer. I mean, Sabin. I mean, like, in a casual playthrough, there's no reason not to get Sabin earlier. I should have done bio then the elixir. Really, I should have elixired before this fight though. Still something I need to really improve with my route is managing Solus's MP for this part. Alright, so when you do a certain amount of damage, I think it's about 12,000 damage to Funbaba, you will use Baba Breath on 2 random characters to make room for Terra. But if I use Palador like that, I can manipulate it so that only Sabin gets removed, and so there's no randomness, and this also sets up my party for the next side quest. So yeah, some of that 11.5 minutes I just gained is fake gold because like I said, I'm doing the side quests in a slightly different order, but should definitely be coming out ahead in the end. Like probably 5-ish minutes of that I'm going to be giving back. But yeah, this route can definitely go sub 630. I mean, I had a good enough world of balance that I think this run can cut 630 if I don't make any big major mistakes. Like the last time I did a run of this, I lost like 2 minutes in the Phoenix Cave because I missed a switch, and I still was on pace for sub 630 before I died to Kefka. Well, route changes it also just being a lot better at the game than I was 2.5 years ago, with, like my turn order manipulation and stuff. I'm just understanding the game mechanics a lot better as far as just optimizing my menus, like just doing less menuing as a whole, and having it still translate into faster fights. This way. Alright, so next up is Zozo, if I can find it. Yeah, someday I do want to try out ActRaiser myself. Probably professional mode and then any percent if I like it enough. So Cyan's side quest has one of the nastier bosses, the first of the 8 dragons, but there's some really good armor here that helps with other stuff. Oh, I don't think any percent isn't interesting. I just professional mode just interests me a bit more at this point. Survival. HP isn't actually going to matter just because I got that preempt. Okay, nice. Depending on how my damage rolls, I might need to have Go-Go mimic that last bull too to get the kill, but worked out fine. 100% is just all characters and Espers. I do not have to collect all X, whatever X of your choosing is beyond characters and Espers. I mean, basically all of the Super Nintendo Quintet games interest me for speedrunning, potentially at some point. Even ActRaiser 2 and Robotrek. Well, it's a bit of a fake goal just because I'm doing the side quests in a different order than my PB, so I'm going to be giving back at least 5 minutes of that time gain I gained on Funbaba because I still have to get Shadow. As of now, I'm planning to run IOG again after I'm done with Donkey Kong Country 2 for a while, which will be after I'm out of the tournament and I've got a time I'm happy with, which is probably a low 44, so about a minute and a half faster than my current PB. Terranigma would be a very casual run, though. I've seen what goes into getting a really good rhyme at Terranigma, and I am not interested in grinding for birds. If I ran Terranigma, it would be on the English version too, with the 60 FPS patch, which I have a repro card of. Just because part of me running Terranigma would be to introduce the game to Americans that have never played it, and having it be in Japanese would kind of defeat the purpose of that. As of now, I'm not really interested in IOG any percent, just because it just feels like a less fulfilling run. Because the extra stuff that you do in 100% I find very fun to do fast, and any percent is only like 10 minutes faster. If it was like half an hour or more faster, that would be a different story. I really like a lot of the movement for getting red jewels and like the Gems Mansion boss and stuff. Alright, so now I'm going to be getting the Golem Esper the same way I got Zone Seek with some RNG manipulation here. Yeah, it was definitely Nitrodon that first really cracked this as far as being able to manipulate it. I'm sure there was probably some stuff known about it before, but as far as like making a spreadsheet that lets you get whatever you want out of the auction house, that was something that was definitely Nitrodon. I don't know much about Brain Lord other than that Dragon Dark is speedrun it. If you don't get the Magicite, you can just do it again. For whatever reason, I guess the people that bought the Magicite decided to return it or something. To avoid standing directly in front of that painting, or I get forced into a battle. In this fight here, the still life counterattacks with Condemned after every hit, so I just one-shot it to avoid all of that. That was a bigger deal with my old route, where Celis was level 37 instead of 42. So this is kind of an interesting fight in that the Chedarnook is actually two separate monsters. Only the demon form can actually be killed though, without glitches at least. I think the thing I do need to be kind of a watch out for is that it can use Charm. So I'm defending with all of my characters. So I was trying to time it so that all four of them would defend before the change, so that the TV doors would be refilling, but I mistimed it a little bit. If Terra had done 99.99, I would have actually used Mog to get the kill. Oh wow, I should have paid more attention to Celis's HP. Her dying here doesn't actually matter though, she's not learning any important spells. Terra dying would have been a problem though, just because she's learning Float, which I need for the Dirt Dragon coming up. 100% is all characters and espers. That requires doing pretty much all of the side quests in the World of Ruin except for the one for getting the Grand Train lore. So yeah, I should have paid more because yeah, that's not supposed to be dangerous at all. But I guess I didn't pay attention to how much damage Celis took on the Storm Dragon fight. I do have to go to the Fanatic's Tower to fight the White Dragon, but I did this last time I did a 100% run too, just because somehow thought I had to go in there to get the, because that's where you go for the real opera. Yeah, I do have to get the Ragnarok Esper instead of sword. If I had a choice, I would take the sword just because it gives you some pretty nice stat boosts, but I do not. Hey, you can get the Illumina with the sketch glitch. I think the 7 actually does just that in this all bosses run. So this fight gives us a pretty nice prize, which is the Magus Rod. Which is really, really good for magic stat and evasion. For Gogo specifically. Which improves his bum rush. Alright, you have yourself a good one, Locke. Next stop is Fanatic's Tower. This place is hell in casual play, because a lot of the fights here are unrunnable and you can't do anything other than magic and items. And there's some monsters near the top of the tower that can use Meteor, which is pretty liable to just wipe you out instantly. And the boss is really trolly too, Magimaster, because it does Ultima as a final attack, which is going to kill you if you aren't prepared for it. There's not a whole lot in this game that I think is kind of badly designed, but this tower, I'd say it's just way, way too mean. You either come here and just slog through the encounters and then probably eventually die at least once, or you cheese it out with Mog, assuming you have the Moogle charm. Hey, Miles the Wolfman. Yeah. You would need some kind of out-of-bounds tech in order to get here without the airship. I think it's the third door that has the dragon in it. Oh, yeah, and I also came here to get Strago. It didn't do anything. Yeah, that's really, really odd for it to not do anything on the first turn. Alright, that's never happened before. The dragon can do Pearl up to, I believe, 3 times in the first turn. I was not aware that there was a chance for it to do it 0 times. That's another reason why I went to level 42 Celis for this category, is that if I have Ice 3, I can just kill the dragon that way instead of needing to save rods for it. Oh, nice, Naram. Well, hopefully you know better now. Not that Celis and Rosa are really that different looking. I mean, they're blondes with white capes and outfits. Well, I guess Rosa is probably more like sandy blonde, or so not anywhere near as bright as Celis. Another route improvement here is combining getting Gao with doing Shadow's side quest. Can't get Gao off a back attack though. Is pretty bad in this run. I need to reevaluate it. I'm gonna lose a bunch of well, actually, I don't have a shadow split because I added that to the table. But after Phoenix Cave, we'll see where I'm at. I mean, I'm not gonna be 20 minutes ahead after Phoenix Cave, but should still be pretty comfortably ahead. Because yeah, I mean, this route can definitely go sub 630. This run can too with this pace, I'd say. Yeah, I mean. They changed the music pretty significantly in the GBA version, as I understand it, in order to make it work on a small speaker. It's like there's a ROM hack for GBA FF6 that restores the music, and it works in my flash card. So now that I'm capable of playing GBA FF6 on console, I'm feeling a little tempted to do that at some point, just to do the extra dungeon once. I'll let God do the honors in the second form. Yeah, the GBA EverDrive. I had a fun time getting a memory card that actually worked with it, but eventually found one. got the Thunderblade. That fight is actually bugged in the way that you get 2 drops from it. You get the Behemoth suit guaranteed, and then either a Thunderblade or a Jewel Ring, and I would rather have the Thunderblade. Yeah, I mean, it's my understanding that there's no, like, sound chip reason why GBA or DS or whatever can't have the same quality music as a console game, but developers sometimes choose to like make or arrange music in a way that makes it like fully audible through a small speaker. Well, I actually have a repro card of Mother 3. I haven't actually played it yet, but I do want to at some point. I haven't played any Mother games other than Earthbound yet. A little bit short in cash. Actually, nah. It's a little. I could have skimped a bit on healing items. Definitely light on potions. So yeah, but I do have a way to deal with that though. I can use Starlit to get Sabin some cure spells for the tower. Yeah, thanks to my mods for taking care of the spam bots. Alright, so I got lucky there. I mean, Shadow in that fight is so weak that even a regular attack from the back row will take him out, as well as Shadow Split. But Celis can do stuff like turn him into an imp that wastes turns. Alright, Phoenix Cave time. Yeah, that's the Ultros boogie music. If anyone wants to throw a link to the Ultros Boogie video, feel free. I do need to pay attention though, so I don't screw up and lose 2 minutes like I did in my last run because of missing a switch. And this fight is unrunnable. Because of Gao, even if I didn't get Gao yet, the seed I'm on still seems to give me at least one of this fight. At least it's pretty quick to get out of. Have a good night, Zephyr Blues. Oh, nice, Miles the Wolfman. Alright, so that was what cost me 2 minutes last run that got here, was that I didn't stay on that switch. I think there was, at least. I know there was a switch that I missed that resulted in having to backtrack and get like 2 extra encounters with the non-Mog party. That's perfectly understandable. I would do the same in your situation. Oh, Torosu. I regret nothing. If anyone gets the Ultros Boogie theme stuck in their head. It's a pretty simple looking fight, but there's actually some subtle AI manipulation going on to kill him before he can do some nastier spells he does at half health, like Flare and level 4 Flare. Yeah, so okay, it looks like I'm losing about 5.5 minutes just because of getting back on sync with Route. So yeah, if people missed it, I gained a ton of time on Funbaba because in my old run I'd already gotten Shadow before Funbaba. So now I'm actually back in sync, so yeah, I am about 15 minutes ahead of my PB now. With more to come from just a better route. Oh, Forever Rachel time, by the way. Oh yeah, it's over 2.5 years old. I was considerably less of a speedrunner of this game back then. Yeah, if anybody needs to come back down to earth after listening to Ultros Boogie, here you go. And it works out perfectly that even if I'm mashing through the text, we hear a full loop of the music. Yeah, if people were around like 2.5 hours ago, this is where the leitmotif really comes in. Because like that, Forever Rachel is a minor key arrangement of Locke's theme, and now we get the major key version. Yeah, yeah, if anybody's depressed now, hit up the Ultros boogie again. Yeah, this game and Final Fantasy VII I like to think of the soundtracks as being a lot like movie scores, as far as how Uematsu did them. Personally, I'm a really big sucker for minor key tracks in video games. Because they're not that common. I actually minored in music in college. I actually could have double majored, but did not meet the recital requirements. Yeah, the Undertale soundtrack does that style too. Something that's kind of more subtle that I missed until Mr. MV pointed it out once is that the catastrophe theme that plays like during the floating continent escape and the Espers running amok is actually a minor key version of Terra's theme. What I've played the longest is percussion, although I also play piano and sing. Yeah, having a little bit of background in music theory goes a long way towards, even if you don't write music, at least understanding kind of other compositions at a deeper level. I probably have at some point all the BP. I've listened to a lot of Final Fantasy remixes over the years. Oh, nice, Lucid. Knowing stuff like that gives me a lot of appreciation for what, like, people that did soundtracks for, like, Game Boy and NES games did with the, kind of limited capabilities they had to work with. Oops, I did this last time, too. I forgot to actually get Odin. This is why I mean, even if I get a sub 630, this isn't going to be a once and done thing. I do want to do like another 1 or 2 runs of this category, just because there's little derps here and there because of lack of familiarity with the route. heal? Yeah, I think you get a free heal after Phoenix Cave. Alright, good night, Locke. It's been real. So that's everything I have to do here, which is to get right in and kill the blue dragon, but sadly I can't warp out. Even though Terra actually has the warp spell because of the leveling route. Because of coming into here through Figaro Castle instead of from the overworld, the game won't let me warp out. Hey Emotus, hey Kaista. Again, lack of familiarity with the map. Oh, cool, Nacho. What instrument do you play, or do you do vocals? I also wish you could just choose to go back to Figaro instead of continuing to, or go back to Kolingen instead of continuing to Figaro. Now I have to go all the way back. I would say no to going back to the castle. Down to about 3 things left to do. Finish looting Nourish, do Cyan's Dream Soul, and then kill Doomgaze. I'm gonna try skipping sleeping in the bed this run, just 'cause I think I've got enough MP, but I need to route, so is MP better for this in general? Hey Maru. Fortunately, Locke does not actually need to be conscious in order to unlock doors. I think he's still unconscious after getting clean sweeped by the blue dragon. Yeah, this dragon reminds me a lot of the fire dragon from Chrono Cross. Sort of being a itty bitty dragon that packs a punch. I vaguely remember from casual play getting absolutely destroyed by this guy a couple times, because it's one of the easier dragons to find. Yeah, I've heard a couple TPR arrangements, like the Melancholy albums, I think they're called. The one I remember the most was the FF7 one. Alright, go Mog! Killed by a 4 damage hit. It has 30k HP, 3 hits from 99 to leave it with 3 HP left. This part's always kind of disappointed me a bit that there's no like special dialogue if you bring Terra here, just because Terra meeting Tritok is what really set the whole story off in the first place. But Tritok is pretty generic dialogue. This is Umaro's theme. Yeah, this is another part of the soundtrack that's only 100% speedruns. Get ready for a very underwhelming boss fight here. Two hits, all it takes. Umaro is actually a pretty big wuss compared to the Ice Dragon. I do actually have a route for... Oh, I'm supposed to party change here. I do have a route for Kefka's Tower that does actually use Umaro that I use for marathon runs that the Yeti is involved with because the Yeti likes to donate to name Umaro after them. Wait, I was looking at the wrong notes. Yeah, this is my Doomgaze party. Okay, so... That's more like it. I can't sing, my voice is getting kind of fried after close to 6 hours of talking. And the order that I had my characters in is important here, just because I want to make sure to start this sequence with Mog, so I don't get encounters. I like how Gogo's clothing gets messed up by the background too. Yeah, it is kind of an Earthbound style background. So that's a pretty different strat than my old route. Oops. The old route used the air anchor to kill the left stooge instead of Raiden. Doesn't let you flip the switches from behind the chests either. Oops, I lost it. Well, actually, no, I need to wait for Cyan to leave before I can go out. That's a pretty silly place too, just because if you follow the, until you backtrack at some point, you're basically in an infinite loop. You just keep cycling through the same maps until you just for whatever reason decide to go backwards. It's only a model. Yeah, if you fight Rexall quote-unquote legit, it's kind of an annoying random fight, but I will not be doing so. I should have gained more time than that too, but I derped with the party change. Both forgetting to do it and then changing to the wrong party, so yeah, probably another 20 to 30 seconds to save there next run. Yeah, you can also do that with the X-Zone spell, but I have no other use for X-Zone, so I just use Raiden and then Mimic if it misses one of them. Because you can keep mimicking Espers all day long until you do something else. Nice, T-Strong. I always find it kind of odd that the game doesn't actually make you get the Alexander Magicite, which is, well, I mean, I guess you do gain all of Cyan's remaining sword techs for doing this side quest, but the primary reason to do it is to get Alexander. And that's the reason why I do this in the speedrun. Alright, you have yourself a good one, Stray. Force encounter here. And then this reset is part of finding Doom Gaze. I summoned Nice. Most of that's just from the faster method of finding Doom Gaze, using seed manipulation instead of NPC movement keys. Nice, gonna have sub 6 tower entry. That is all of the side quests that give me characters and Espers at least. Oh really, Shinbreaker? That is pretty Garbaggio sounding. No, I didn't get the Atma weapon sword. Anything I can do with weapons is inferior to magic in this route, at least. Maybe next time I'll get snipers and cast float on Kefka. I don't know what happens if you throw Atma weapon, if it gets the 255 power that the weapon advertises, like the Excalibur in FF5, or what happens. Or if the game even lets you throw it in the first place. Reset I did to find Doomgaze also manipulates the encounters in the tower. It's the same route basically as my any percent run, only a little different because I skipped the force armor. And I have to fight the dragons. Final party is going to be Celestera, Shadow, and Gogo. Didn't take any damage from the encounters, nice. That's gonna be changing now, though. Yeah, this is a dragon in the very loose sense. Yeah, the gold part is right, at least. So since I'm low on potions, I use that fight to give some cure spells to Sabin, so that I don't use potions if I take damage the next part of the time. Yeah, I need to fight all the dragons to get Crusader, which is the last Esper. Yeah, in a non-100% run, I would not fight the dragons, any of them. Nice. Go, Interceptor, go. There's a couple bosses I don't have to fight. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of chest monsters that play the boss theme too. Alright, and with that, I now have all of the Espers. The last two dragons are really underwhelming too for being in the final dungeon. Hey, Sir Models. No, the Skull Dragon is not actually undead, even though it looks like it's a palette swap of other undead enemies from earlier in the game. You cannot kill the Skull Dragon with Phoenix Down or something. Well, I'm doing a lot of damage because of, well, Celis having done leveling with Zone Seek, which is +2 magic per level, along with having equipment to boost magic power, and Skull Dragon being weak to fire. And then for Terra, it's morphing, because Terra is lower leveled and has lower stats than Celis, but morphing doubles her magic power and makes her basically just as strong. Hey, Locke, welcome back. Current record is 652, but this is not a competitive category at all. I think someone named Mystican has been doing some runs of it lately, but I think he's mostly just been using my older route. From the 652 run. I mean, I do fundamentally kind of view this more as a marathon incentive than a serious speedrun that I really want to. Oops, I really want to optimize. Which is why when I do runs, I decide at the end of Floating Continent if I'm doing any percent or 100%, just because I care a lot more about my any percent time. Yeah, I would very much recommend beating the game before, well, beating any game before trying to speedrun it. I've got actually a lot of time I can save off the final boss too with new strats. Like probably, I would venture to guess at least 2 minutes just on my Kefka split because of just having faster strats for the final boss. Oh, real? Ooh, Nacho. Dangerous talk there. I love it. Yeah, I forgot that's. Yeah, because I changed my route to sell the Thunder Saber earlier to afford an extra fire rod for the grinding segment, but I forgot that would mean I didn't have it for the to throw at Guardian. Some music time. Fun fact about this boss, despite being a god of magic, it is not immune to stop. So if I do my turn order right, I should kill him before stop wears off. Final switch, not the secret. Thanks, Ghost King. Freeze me, bro. Nice. Counter-cancelled him, which I'm trying to avoid in this strat. Actually, I guess I need to in this fight a little bit more. Probably avoid it if I give Locke running shoes, actually, so that he can weight trick third Pearl Rod in the first turn faster. A little cameo by Alexander for the kill. Much easier than at any percent. I mean, skipping a force field with more than 2 characters is pretty trivial. force fields an attack, it does at half health, and then multiple times afterwards that nullifies a random element, and if it nullifies Pearl, then I can't win. Hey, sick Nick. Again, sure. This should be the last random encounter in the run. Goddess is also pretty easy compared to the any percent strats where there are two characters. The Japanese version would probably be at least 10 to 15 minutes fast. Well, somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes faster, I would guess, from text speed. For glitchless, at least. For non-glitchless, it's very, very different because of some glitches that only work in Japanese. Alright, go time. We'll see if this is, I mean, I have to get the sub 630, I've got 9 minutes, although this fight is much faster with all the extra equipment and espers I have, but I haven't really done a whole lot of timing of it. I mean, like, for my any percent run, it's a roughly 10-minute battle after this cutscene, but this is going to be a lot faster. Although I don't actually know how much faster. If I don't get the sub 630 tonight, I will eventually. I mean, there were some mistakes in this run, nothing terribly big, but just lots of like movement derps and slow menus and just stuff related to unfamiliarity with the route, because I haven't done very many runs with it yet. The tier that's the most faster in with this new route is tier 2. You'll see why. Yeah, that derp on the floating continent, yeah, although I'd have to time what that cost me exactly, but I would guess about 30 seconds. Oh, we should see another gold here, just because my Kefka fight is going to be several minutes faster than my PB. Oh, I do have Gao, he's just on the airship with Umaru. Alright, let's do this. Pretty good RNG here. It's probably going to take more than 4 minutes to finish this, but we'll see. That's it for tier 2. It only takes 2 rounds with when I'm breaking ice shields. My old route was using the debilitator to inflict weaknesses on the parts, but this is just kind of taking my new any percent route strats of just trying to do trying to max the total damage per spell to the whole tier and take it to the next level. No RNG with bum rush targeting here. That's kind of crappy. That's also kind of crappy. Should have used an elixir or something on her while I was waiting out another turn. Okay, I think I'm still good though. I'll just wait. I mean, I'm not gonna get sub 630, so I'll just make sure I can finish. Alright. Okay, no double calmness kill this time. That's because Gogo's name doesn't get used in dialogue ever, so it's not worth the time to shorten it. So probably looking at a 632, I want to say. Which is still going to bop the glitched 100% record, glitched no sketch glitch. Which is not really, I mean, that's Essentia's SGDQ run from several years ago, so definitely not super optimized. That's 633.11, I believe. 6:31:53. Yeah, I gained 2 minutes 15 just on the Kefka fight, and that was with tier 3 being pretty slow too because of having to wait 2 extra turns. So, all right, finished a run with my new route. Maybe by over 20 minutes too. And we'll get the sub 6:30 eventually, but. Yeah, first PB at this category in over 2.5 years. Thanks for GG's, everybody. Oh, Shadow... Yeah, Shadow can throw stuff, which does, like, it does enough damage to round off some damage per round totals that I need on a couple places, and he's also just really he's really fast, and he got leveling from the party level averaging, so whatchamacallit, yeah, with that I needed a high HP character to survive BDO on tier 3 basically. That's why I gave Shadow the muscle belt, which is something I've never used before, even in casual play, which is just a relic that increases HP by 50%. But yeah, I gave that to Shadow just so that he could survive Medio. Now, it takes a long time to route games like this. I mean, I had help in a lot of ways. I mean, like for this 100% category, when I first started routing it in 2014, Nitrodon helped me a ton with like deciding what order to do the World of Ruin side quests in, and how to do some of the boss fights. And then, I mean, just for glitchless FF6 in general, I've gotten tons and tons and tons of strat ideas from watching Japanese speedrunners, just because glitchless is pretty much the only FF6 category that they run in their community. Their rules are a little different though, just because they also require to run the game on battle speed 1 active, which, because battle speed only affects enemies, it makes the game harder, not actually faster. Alright, have a good one, Vargon. But yeah, I mean, this game in just glitchless category I've been running off and on for over 3 years. I mean, I've taken some fairly long breaks, so it hasn't been 3 years continuously, but yeah, I put a lot of work into this run. And doing my reroute for 100% was something I worked on this past summer, as far as applying some strats that I had found for any percent for this, and some of the parts of this run I think are a little less interesting than the old route, just because it's a lot more spamming spells. Because the old route used Shadow more and actually leveled him up a bit so that his throws would do a lot of damage. But even though this route uses a little more repetitive boss strats, I do like that I actually use more stuff that I get as part of 100%. Like, I use more Espers, like Bahamut, Alexander, Golem, and then breaking my shields on the Kefka fight to save a ton of time because of being able to damage every head at once. But yeah, this isn't a category I really care that much about grinding a really good time at, but I think I can get a sub 6:30 with a couple more, with like, I don't know, probably 1 or 2 more runs, which will be good enough for me. I used Golem on Doom. Oh, and also on Inferno. Yeah, my new Kefka strats took pretty much all of the RNG out too, except for Really, except for the start of Tier 2, if it, like, imps or, kills somebody. I mean, I had to stall a bit on Tier 3, but that was my fault. I just need to practice the fight a bit more to, be able to react to its different moves better. Oh, we always watch the ending after I finish a run of an RPG. I'm gonna have to look at that other attempt I did back in like July or whenever to see like what time I started the Kefka fight, because I'm kind of curious where I lost like 2 minutes or so, because I remember that run being on sub 630 pace, going into the Kefka fight at least. But maybe I'm remembering it wrong. But yeah, thanks everybody so much for watching. Thanks again to Ryu Quetzalcoatl for the host earlier. If anybody's new here, this is my main speed game project at the moment. I run Final Fantasy VI pretty much every Sunday evening, US Central Time. I'm also running Donkey Kong Country 2 fairly often for the tournament that's going on Speedruns Live. My first match for the tournament is next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Probably stream some runs, probably maybe Tuesday night if I have time. Probably be pretty late night though, if I have time. If not, maybe tomorrow. And yeah, I'm also doing Final Fantasy Legend 3, and then I do want to get back to Illusion of Gaia at some point. Because I do want the revisiting of the run that I did for SGDQ to translate into actually improving my PB by a few minutes. But we'll see how far I want to take it once I actually start practicing the harder parts of the run. Probably going to get back to Chrono Trigger sometime in December too, just because I'd like to offer that for RPG Limit Break next year. Probably gonna offer any percent, and then also glitchless 100% co-op with Essentia. For IOG 100%, it's 217. Yeah, I mean, I do want to have my IOG my IOG PB to actually have more up-to-date strats, because like my 217 run was before the chest invincibility glitch was discovered, and numerous other things. But yeah, I'll probably get back to that. Maybe like late November, early December, basically, once I'm done with Donkey Kong Country 2 for a while. Yeah, for Chrono Trigger, I was watching Essentia practice her glitchless run last night, actually, and that looks so much fun, actually, just because, I mean, it's not the glitches that really bother me about the Chrono Trigger run these days, it's the RNG manipulation. All of the time I've spent running this game and like Final Fantasy IV over the past year have really made me come to enjoy runs of RPGs where a lot of the challenge factor comes from kind of thinking on the fly and reacting to what the game throws at you. I mean, I had a lot of fun running Chrono Trigger, but I don't know if I really want to go back to running it where the run is basically about following a script. And if you fall off the script, then you lose multiple minutes. Yeah, I noticed that a lot when I was working on IOG for SGDQ this year, that just better management of my dashing and dodging around enemies and stuff is worth a lot of time to save on my PB. Yeah, I noticed there's actually an Earthquaker skip for any percent now. I mean, I don't think that's really enough to make me actually interested in any percent, but I guess if there was more stuff that could be skipped in any percent that made it more different from 100% other than just not getting the jewels and stuff, maybe. Hey, Sonic, thank you, sir. Yeah, Essentia is working on Glitchless 100% Chrono Trigger. Working on it again, I should say, because it's kind of a revisit of her runs of the game back like 5 years ago when she first started running it, before pretty much all the glitches were discovered. Yeah, thanks, Nacho. Yeah. Well, shouldn't take more than like 1 or 2 more runs to get a sub 630. I mean, I definitely feel like there were 2 minutes worth of mistakes of various sorts in this run, if not more. Probably the biggest thing that I can remember in the World of Ruin, at least, was just screwing up the party change twice before the Rexall segment, because I landed the airship without changing parties, then I changed parties the wrong way for my Doomgaze party, and then changed it the right way, so that was definitely a time loss. Having accurate splits to run against for the route is going to be nice too, so I don't have to have like a 11-minute kind of half fake gold at Funbaba. But yeah, I guess just looking all the way back. I mean, the World of Balance. I mean, that was kind of good enough for a sub 630 run in this category. Like it was a low 402. Which I think would have been like a 357 or so, any percent. And I did have that like 30-second mistake in the floating continent. Fishing was that. Oh, I bet, you know what? I bet that's a big part of why my last attempt was on a better pace, was just because of fishing. Because of fishing in this run is terrible. That's gotta be the main culprit. Start looking. Oh, and my PC held up the whole run too. Hopefully by the next time I stream at least this game, I'll have my new PC all set up. I'll start looking for a raid target too. It's only 2 AM for me, and there's not a whole lot of people streaming right now. I'll get back to Illusion of Gaia in like a couple weeks or so, basically, once I'm ready to move on from Donkey Kong Country 2 for a while. It's a run that I need to grind individual dungeons and stuff on to actually improve my time, and I just haven't had time to do that lately because of the Donkey Kong Country tournament. I'm surprised I only got one cycle of Fishman up, if even that. Actually, I don't. Yeah, it wasn't even the right fish pattern. I don't really have any way to post-mortem what went wrong. But my guess is maybe I either double tap talking to Sid when he was getting into bed, or didn't press hard enough and didn't talk to him at all. Just because I do have to talk to Sid, even though it doesn't create any text if he's not in bed yet, to advance the RNG as part of the manipulation. But yeah, I'll most likely be at this again next Sunday night. Probably the same, should be the same drill where basically run the world of balance and then decide based on my pace if I'm going to do any percent or 100%. Yeah, if I have another like 402 world of balance with saving Shadow and then not horrible fishing, a sub 630 shouldn't be too hard to get. I mostly just need to especially practice the Kefka fight a few times more. And then, I guess if another like several weeks goes past before I do another run of this, I should probably practice the World of Ruin specifically offline or so, just to cut down on the amount of time I lose just because of sloppy movement and like forgetting where I have menus to do and stuff. There's a couple places where I was hesitating a bit because my old route had a menu, but the new route doesn't, and I was kind of second guessing if I could really just keep going or not. Personally, if they were going to do a remake of this game, I would have more liked to see it in the style of the PSP version of FF4, where it's still 2D sprite-based, but well, more like maybe 2.5D or so, where they just do HD graphics, but don't really change that much about how the game looks otherwise. At some point I still need to finish my rerouting. I've just been very, very, very lazy about actually finishing it, but I have made some I did make some progress this past week on my Japanese any % no sketch route. Like I've got a step route figured out for the a pre-Kefka Narsh part of the run. So I think the main thing I need to do still is just figure out what I want to do for the end game. If I want to stick with the 4-character route my PB used, or if I want to get go-go like the current record by Toru does. I'm kind of leaning towards 4 characters again, but I do need to do some testing and timing with like my route versus his, as far as like which one's faster for Kefka's tower. Because I did time that the routes are pretty much the same for the stuff leading up to the tower, at least. So maybe his might be a hair slower actually, because his tentacles fight is slower. But yeah, we'll see. And I want to do like a few runs and see if getting the record back is something I think I can do without burning myself out. 23 minutes, Ghost King. That's kind of tame compared to like Final Fantasy IX, which is 32 minutes. It's all good though, because the music's awesome. It's 23 minutes pretty much on the dot from Kefka's death to the end. Oh nice, yeah. I like KH2's ending for this too, for the music. That's a game I really need to get back and do at some point. I just got so much stuff on my bucket list. It's my KH2 PB is so horribly outdated, despite relearning the game for Crystals for Life 2 years ago. I didn't really do that enough runs to really improve my PB. Someday, though, I'll run KH2 again.